Noting the time and the presence of a quorum, I'd like to call this March 6, 2023 meeting of the Acton Select Board to order. We will start, as we always do, with resident concerns. Any residents who have issues they'd like to raise with the board that are not addressed on the agenda, please step forward.
Yes, hi, it's Terra Friedrichs from Mass Ave. And I have two concerns. I'm not asking for a response tonight, just to think about them. And the first one is about when the town attorney gives their opinion about something. I think it's important for people to understand that the Acton Town of is a corporation, and the town attorney is hired by the corporation to represent the corporation's interests. It's not representing the town's people, the voters at large. And so it's important to understand that that is a perspective, a legal perspective, and there can be many other legal perspectives. That's the first thing. So I think it's important for our elected officials to both understand how the law works, and I really appreciate that you got the draft denial letter for the memo from the, or asked for that for Blue Wave, because I think anything that's controversial should have a draft denial letter. That's my first comment. My second comment is relative to the select board goals. I'm concerned about last year where the town manager, as much as I respect him, submitted his own goals. And I feel like he should go through the select board members just like everybody else, as opposed to sort of acting like a sixth select board member by presenting a long list of his own goals, which I feel like his proposed budget already has the goals. That's his chance to present goals. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Will you be taking comments and questions from the public during item 11? That's the PFAS item, the Sewer Commission item?
Yes, we will be.
Okay, I'll comment then.
Thank you.
I also have one more question about the Citizens Library. Will you take comments from the public at that after the people present or speak?
Yes, we will be. Okay. Sir.
Good evening, Martin Benson, 21 Deacon Hunt Drive. This evening I have a few questions for the Select Board to consider. Last year on April 22nd, 2022, the town of Acton held a ceremony to celebrate Earth Day. However, earlier that week on Monday, April 17th, 2022, the town neglected to hold its annual Patriots' Day celebration. Patriots' Day is a legal holiday in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, commemorating the colonials' participation in the Battle of Lexington and Concord on April 19th, 1775. These battles were the catalyst for the American Revolution, which ultimately led to the birth of this great nation. Further, this holiday has significant importance to the town of Acton, as Acton's Minutemen Company led the attack on the British at the Old North Bridge. 3 Acton residents, Captain Isaac Davis, Abner Hosmer, and James Hayward, lost their lives fighting that day, and they are now interred beneath the monument on the town common. For decades, the town of Acton has celebrated this holiday and provided public address systems for the Acton Minuteman Company reenactors. Last year, the Acton Select Board, which was chaired by Mr. Martin, never publicly discussed the cancellation of Patriots' Day at any of its meetings, and it's unclear how this decision was reached. As it is now 6 weeks from this year's Patriots' Day, does the town of Acton intend to organize, promote, and hold a Patriots' Day celebration on April 17th, 2023? If so, will the Select Board also commit the town to providing public address systems at the town common and the Isaac Davis House for the Minutemen reenactors' use, so that everyone can equitably hear the heroic stories of our town heroes? Secondly, on December 19th, 2022, this board voted to illegally remove Dave Lunger from the Acton 250 Anniversary Committee in direct violation of his First Amendment rights. That evening, during public participation, I asked town council to cite the legal authorities which permitted the select board to take such action. The chair ordered town council to provide a list of these authorities to the town manager, who was to subsequently forward the list to me. To date, I have yet to receive any correspondence from any town representative citing any legal authorities which granted the select board the power to remove Dave Lunger from the Acton 250 Anniversary Committee. Does the town still intend to provide me with such a list of these authorities? Third, at the Select Board's last meeting on February 2nd, 2023, the new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director was introduced and then spoke before the board. As the town operates the polls and counts the ballots of the citizens of Acton for local, state, and national elections, town employees have traditionally, and for good reason, stayed nonpartisan and apolitical. However, in her statements, the new DEI director discussed promoting social justice, which is both a political philosophy and movement. Further, she acknowledged meeting with multiple political groups, including the Acton-Boxborough Racial Justice Collaborative and the Acton Democratic Town Committee. However, it's my understanding that there's been no communication between the DEI director and the Acton Republican Town Committee. That doesn't seem very inclusive. How is it appropriate for the town to employ an individual to promote political movements and to work exclusively with just one political party? Lastly, on February 10th, 2023, in case SPR 23-0175, the Secretary of State ordered the town of Acton to provide me with a response to my records request submitted on April 20th, 2022, which is compliant with the Public Records Law and its regulations within 10 business days. This was the fourth time that the Secretary of State has issued this order. Presently, 15 business days have passed since this order was rendered, and the town has still not provided me with a response of any kind. If all of the records pertaining to my request have been provided, then the town should not take issue with the requirement of providing a detailed response which is compliant with the Public Records Law. Mr. Mangiarotti, does the town intend to issue such a response which is compliant with the law? Further, Mr. Mangiarotti, is it possible that some records relating to Patriots Day 2022 may have been mistakenly excluded from the batch of records which the town released to me in response to my request of 4/20/2022? Thank you.
Thank you. As you know, it's not our practice to enter in a dialogue with this, but I will update you on one or two issues. I am scheduled to be meeting with some other town officials on March 16th to discuss the planning for the Patriots Day celebration. And certainly, I personally am very interested in making sure that that's a successful celebration. The other questions that you've raised are matters which I will discuss in conference with the town manager. Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Alyssa Nichols, School Street. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but after that comment, I just wanted to provide some information for folks who are listening. The Patriots Day events were not canceled last year. I'm a little confused about what role the town government has played in the past. It was my understanding that all of the Patriots Day events were planned by the Acton Historical Society and Ironwork Farm. Ironwork Farm is the stewards of the Faulkner Homestead, and the Jones Tavern Acton Historical Society is the steward of the Hosmer House. There seems to be quite a bit of confusion in town. The Patriots Day trolleys that used to happen, people are under the impression that that was a town paid for and organized amenity. No, that was provided by the Acton Historical Society and Ironwork Farm. I'm especially confused because Mr. Benson was actually at the Patriots Day ceremony at Faulkner Homestead because I saw him there. There was a parlor concert on Saturday, April 16th, 2022. There was the annual Robbins Ride with the Acton Minutemen on Sunday, April 17th. And on Monday, April 18th at the Faulkner Homestead, there was the Patriots Day ceremony. There were a couple of years that those events were canceled because of the pandemic, but those organizations are the folks that are responsible for the annual Patriots Day celebrations in the town of Acton.
Thank you.
I just want to say that racial justice is no more associated with one political party as is misinformation is associated with one political party. And it's not a political policy as much as it is a human right. So thank you.
Thank you. Quickly. Thank you.
To respond to Ms. Nicole, I was actually speaking about the morning where they celebrate the Minutemen leaving, and that is traditionally organized by the town. I wasn't talking about the activities later on in the day at Faulkner House. During that day, there were no sound systems, which the town had always historically provided, and this was noted by a number of individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Noting the time, we do have some timed public hearings, so we will defer manager's update and the comments from the individual members until later on in the meeting. It's now 7:10 p.m. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 58, the Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on March 6, 2023 at 7:10 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204, Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, and by video conference and call-in for a Class 1 auto dealer's license for McGovern Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram of Acton, located at 196 Great Road, Acton. Login instructions for computers can be found here. From a computer, please click on the link to join the public meeting, actonma.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID number 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. I understand Zach Cassidy is Regional Vice President from McGovern Auto Group and should be here or virtually to present his application. Sir, please step forward.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. So explain to us what you're doing and why.
We are buying the current Acton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram from Coleman and Bill, and we're going to be bringing McGovern Auto Group Jeep into Acton. We currently have Acton Subaru up the road a little bit, and we're going to be selling and servicing and selling parts to the local community and everyone else that we service.
Okay, thank you. Just a clarification. I know lots of people heard the name McGovern, everybody's ears perked up. So this transfer of license is for an existing dealership and has nothing to do with proposed development at Nagog Park?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the Select Board? David.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Are there any plans to physically change the building or the structure of things there?
No, everything's going to stay the same.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Other members of the board? Okay. Questions from members of the public? Okay. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. David.
I'm sorry, there is a hand online.
Okay. Matt, you got okay.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I have a silly question, perhaps, but there is a lot of concern about the upcoming development in Nagog, and I wonder if there is any opportunity here for the Board of Selectmen to negotiate some restrictions on what might happen there as part of this licensing hearing. Well, McGovern's about to make a really big footprint in town, and that seems like something that might want to be discussed in a larger context.
Okay, thank you for your question. There will be a site plan hearing on the Nagog Park development on April 28th, I believe. Very, very preliminary. These two applications are not linked and cannot be related to one another, but thank you for your question. David?
I move to approve a Class 1 auto dealer license for McGovern Dodge Jeep Ram at 196 Great Road.
Get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. A discussion from members of the board? Jim?
It seems incumbent on me to say something about the destructive impact of automobiles in Acton, but I totally understand that that's unrelated to what we get to actually vote on here tonight.
Thank you. All right, we've got a motion. It's been seconded. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Approved unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
And our best wishes with your business.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now 7:15. Have another legal noticed hearing under Mass General Law, Chapter 14,
That's 7:20, the next hearing.
720, okay. So we will ask for any manager update.
Thank you. I have several things I'll be talking about later this evening, but I did want to mention that the Asa Parlin project, the yellow house behind Town Hall that I refer to as Asa Parlin, some people call it something else, we're in the process of selecting a new architect. The architectural team that we had on board, due to the delay in securing funding, the principal architect and only architect retired. So we're in the process of getting another architect. So if you know anyone out there that's looking for a really cool project, to build a community space out of what is an eyesore, please tell them to download the RFQ and or contact me with any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any comments or member updates? David?
Yes, on a sad note, yesterday I went to a memorial for Dawn Wong. Dawn was a fixture in town, and she was involved in so many things, some of which I had no idea of. I was involved with her in several things, so I'll mention a couple of them. One is she was a founding member of the DEIC. Second, she was instrumental in the Chinese bridge and Chinese garden at the Arboretum. And many other things. She was tireless. Is very sad yesterday and very sad to see her go.
Thank you. Updates from other members? Imogen?
Just want to echo what David said about Dawn. She absolutely, like you said, was a fixture in town, and will be sorely missed. And also, I felt like it was prudent for one of us select board members to also make a note that social justice is not a politicized thing. If anything, like was mentioned, it is a human right. So I'm really glad that our new DEI director brought that up, and looking forward to seeing her work in town around that. Thanks.
Thank you. Fran?
I just wanted to mention that our Economic Development Director, Julie Pierce, is hosting a manufacturing resource and career fair that's happening tomorrow from 3 to 6. It's a free event. It's taking place at the Human Services Building, and you can, explore career, new jobs. They have a resume workshop and an interview workshop. If you want more information, you can reach out to Julie.
Thank you. Jim?
those of you who have had any involvement in housing issues over the years have had conversations with Robert Whittlesey. He's nationally known affordable housing expert and has been involved in Acton's affordable housing work for decades as well. You may be familiar with Whittlesey Village, which was named after him, not at his request, but because of recognizing all the stuff he's done. Bob passed away this week, and he'll be missed sorely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Noting the time, 7:20, under Mass General Law 140, Section 58, the Select Board will hold a public hearing on March 6, 2023 at, wrong notice, there we go. Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 40, the Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on March 6, 2023 at 7:20 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204, Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, and by video conference and call-in for a livery license for Rashid Transport Incorporated, located at 57 Hosmer Street, Acton. Login instructions for computers can be found here. From a computer, please click on the link to join the public meeting, actonma.gov/meeting/SB, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923, and enter webinar ID number 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. So, you'd have the applicant come forward or raise their hand if they're out there virtually. Okay, I guess we might be holding this over until our next meeting. David,
Would you like a motion to continue?
please.
Is 7:10 okay, and on the 20th? Got another time? Or 7:05? Yes. Okay, I move to continue this hearing on the livery license application to our meeting in this room on March 20th at 7:05.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, abstentions, thank you. All right, under new and special business. Item 5, presentation from Acton Conservation Trust.
Mr. Chair, may I allow Joe Cooney to present?
Yes, please.
It'll take you just a second to become a panelist.
Okay. Hi, my name is Joe Cooney. I'm Vice President of the Acton Conservation Trust. Susan Mitchell-Hart, President, and Dave Hart, the clerk, are also here today. And we wanted to take this opportunity, we asked Dean and he agreed to put us on the agenda just so that we could do a little recap of some of the activities that we've done recently. And I know you have a number of land preservation projects on your docket that you're considering, and just wanted to explain some of the history of ACT on some of those properties, as well as make an offer of assistance moving forward as those deals come to fruition at the appropriate place and time. So if there's any questions, you can always visit our website, actonconservationtrust.org. It has a link onto all the Acton trails and history, and discusses all of our events. But, it sounds kind of obvious, but why protect open space? And I think having that conversation, even as obvious as it sounds, is important because we're competing for scarce resources. We have a lot of priorities. You're all often, approached with various trade-offs and decisions. And so I wanted to go through some of the talking points from the Land Trust Alliance and some of the priorities that they point out that they're involved with preserving open space. Certainly, clean air and water are important to everyone. And the open space, the ability to have groundwater recharge instead of parking lots, and to provide access to clean air makes Acton a very special place to live, and something that we all value. The open space also fights climate change in the way of carbon sequestration, the trees, and the just being habitat for a variety of wildlife in the ecosystem. And then having public access to open space ensures equitable access. We all certainly found out how important having access to open space was during the pandemic, and we were very lucky to be able to have that recreational opportunity when everything else was shut down. I mentioned about providing the habitat for the plants and wildlife, the wildlife corridors that we have through town, enabled by open space, and it provides for whether it's pollinators, birds, the entire food chain that contributes to what we need to support. And then it's a promise to future generations. We certainly are enjoying the work of previous select boards, previous members of town committees who have put in the work to give us the open space we have today. And so that's another great promise. So Acton Conservation Trust is a nonprofit. We're a 501c3, and we operate as part of a broader land preservation ecosystem. And what we mean by that is we can't do it on our own. We work through town committees, open space committee, CPC, the land stewards, certainly with the select board, to achieve these goals. And we'd like to act as a catalyst along the way to see how we can help. In some cases, we have funded appraisals very early in a project's life, or we make referrals, or we consult with landowners about the various options. And so these things can take multiple years, decades even, to come to fruition, but we're patient, and we continue to work with landowners to explore the possibilities of how we can get to a successful outcome. And then we also perform broader outreach to the community, because it's important that when things do come to a vote, whether it's a town meeting or recognizing the upcoming Acton Water District meeting, that there's an awareness that we can help build around projects that are coming. And so we hold a variety of indoor and outdoor events, walks and talks. Our annual town meeting is this Sunday at 1 p.m. in this room. We'll have Eyes on Owls, so we'll have a number of owls right here in this room. So we welcome any of you to come register for that and join us here, as well as anybody who's in the room or listening on the phone. Again, go to actonconservationtrust.org to register for that. Susan Mitchell Hart puts out a weekly events of interest email, which catalogs a tremendous number of things for people who, are interested in conservation and open space. And finally, we fundraise for projects. So we raised money towards the purchase of the agricultural restriction at Stonefield Farm. We raised money to contribute to Piper Lane. We raised money for a number of different projects over the years. And so that's closely related to the outreach, is to do that. So at the appropriate time and place, we would love to fundraise for any of the projects that are upcoming. This is just a recap of just the last year, some of our recent events. We did a winter tracking walk at the Neshoba Brook, and cooperating with the Water District, we did a couple of very well-attended 549 Main Street walks. We've had a member appreciation astronomy evening up at Narra Park. So I won't go through and read all these. You can see that we've been very busy, and we have a very active and engaged board. There's no paid staff, so it's all the volunteer efforts of the Board of Trustees. And so I wanted to just explain some of this is a little bit more the nuts and bolts of what a conservation land trust is, because it's an important part of how we do what we do. So there's a long history of land trusts in Massachusetts, and the trustees are probably the leading example of that. Over 100 years old, and with a number of local properties like the De Cordova Museum and in Lincoln, the Sculpture Gardens, out in Harvard, the Fruitlands. So they sort of set up this model. Sudbury Valley Trustees is a regional land trust that we work quite closely with. And then virtually all of the surrounding towns around us, with the exception of Maynard, have a conservation land trust that focuses on their community. And so we can own land outright, and some of those land trusts do that, but more commonly we hold a conservation restriction. And that conservation restriction is an important part of how we do land preservation in Acton, because if we use Community Preservation Act funds, the town ends up owning the property, but can't hold the conservation restriction. And so we've served that role on 8 properties with 2 more pending. And so that's a permanent restricted use of permitted and restricted uses of the land. And we're a member of both the Land Trust Alliance, which is a national organization, and the Massachusetts Land Trust Coalition, where we can work with these other land preservation organizations and professionals to achieve our goals. That's important because we follow their standards and practices to the best of our ability, and we can tell our donors that we're a professionally run organization. So these are the 10, 8 actual and 2 pending conservation restrictions we hold. It's not a one-to-one mapping with the Acton Trails map, but it gives you an idea of the things that Acton Conservation Trust monitors on an annual basis, and we look for conservation restriction violations, and where there have been some, we follow up to get those remediated. And so I just included some pictures here. I mentioned the 549 Main Street walks that we've already had. At Weatherby Woods, we've had many years of contacts with the owners and the heirs. We invited them to bring their oxen out from Shirley and do an oxen pull event. There were 40 people at that event. That was fun. Triangle Farm Lane, you've recently heard about. We visited that property with the owners and Jamie Eldridge to walk it, understand it. It really shows out in the upper right corner of the Acton Trails map, where you see Camp Acton, that white block right above that. That's the Triangle Farm, and it just is a missing piece of the puzzle up there with Camp Acton. So hopefully, we've got a lot of things going on, but hopefully we can find something to do there. to help preserve that and build on that conservation area. So, thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? David?
I don't have a question, but I'd just like to reiterate three things that Joe said, is that, that ACT often gives the town leads on available lands to conserve, which is, that those leads are invaluable. The events are which I've been to a number of, are hugely fun. They're, Joe had a list of them, and I would recommend, if you looking for something to do on a weekend, that's a great thing. And the third thing is they fundraise for us when we acquire land, and so they contribute to the purchase of the land. I thank them for all their work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from other members of the board? Imogen?
Thank you. That was a really great presentation. My question is, in terms of kind of the goals for 2023 and looking at maybe even long-term goals, what would you say ACT prioritizes in terms of those goals?
Well, certainly we're very interested in the projects that are on the immediate, that are under negotiation in terms of Main Street, Weatherby, that I would put those as 1 and 2, and that they combine to create a great corridor along the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail and the Neshoba Brook, and would be things that we certainly would prioritize, including to the point of thinking about, making multi-year commitments to get them done. They're that, valuable, and I think it's, we're not going to have those types of opportunities every year. So.
Thank you. Fran?
Question. When a property is co-held with Sudbury Valley Trust or the regional trust, what does that mean?
So the holder of a conservation restriction is obligated to monitor that every year. And so where we co-hold it, we'll go and we'll do that collectively with SVT. So normally we'll just jointly schedule the visit. The purpose of those co-held things is in case one of these organizations goes away. I mean, these obligations are in perpetuity. And, Acton Conservation Trust is very strong right now, but, that doesn't mean that 20 years from now it's going to be, have that same ability to continue on and do its obligations. So we certainly hope to be here and be doing that, but sometimes the landowner will request that another group comes in to co-hold it, to give it more of that protection over the long haul.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. Well, thank you for coming in.
Thank you for your time.
And we hope to continue to cooperate.
Thanks.
Okay, next, we have a presentation from the group Come Home to Acton. This is a project that's been ongoing for a couple of years now, attempting to build an accessible home for a disabled service member. And they're actually building on a piece of property which had been owned by the town. It was transferred to the organization. So, Mr. Rubner and Mr. Jeanson, please step forward.
Thank you to the board for giving us 10 minutes of your time tonight. I wanted to give you an update on the Come Home to Acton project. Project was started by Mark Starr and Andy, his wife, to bring a veteran, a disabled veteran to home to Acton, to a home that he was going to build. The project was started, they did the site work, put the foundation in, and then Mark tragically passed away. COVID hit, and the project was put on hold for a couple of years now. JB Builders, Mike Jeanson and his sons offered to take over the project, and they started it last spring. And it's just been amazing what they've done, the building community, offering their time, their resources, and their supplies. It's incredible. I have a picture to show you where the project is now. This is where the house is right now. And, you know, it's pretty impressive where it's gone in a matter of 6, 7 months, 8 months. Yeah. You know, my involvement with the project, I asked Mike if I could go up and help for a day. He handed me a nail gun, and after ducking a few times after me putting nails in and almost hitting him, and then it was, well, maybe social media. And then, you know, my Facebook, I follow 10 people. Dean, you're one of them. I don't know why. and social media. So I told Andy and Mike that I'd be a voice for the project, and I'd see what I could do. So that's what I'm up here being a voice for the project. I don't know what the town can do to help now. It's at a point where, you know, we've been working with James McCrae in the Veterans Office, who has been outstanding through this process. He helped, you know, Mark and Andy at the beginning, and now that we've got the thing going again, he's working with Laurie Trahan in her office to see if we can get Channel 5 back out there to do another segment on it. And I don't know if there's any way the town could help us by, because it's at, if we could get people to go on and donate at the site, and there's a place where you can apply if you know someone that would be a worthy candidate for this project. So I have, which you're probably going to be seeing a lot of this around town, hopefully, you know, and it's a QR code that you can scan, and it will go right to where the application is to sign on to the project, and, you know, where you can go on to donate. It goes right to that site. So I don't know if that's something good, bad, or ugly that the town can do. You know, at this point, you know, the funding is going down from the initial funding, and we're trying to revitalize that part of it. Questions?
Okay, so I guess the question is, what's your goal for funding? What's the gap that you need to fill?
Mike, what do you think we need going forward?
About $80,000?
Yeah, we're hoping that we can furnish the house too. That is something that we're doing. And we're hoping that we can get an applicant, you know, and pick out the family that's going to be there so they can help pick out the furniture and all that stuff. So, you know, it's unbelievable, you know, as I stated, what the building community has done and what they've offered to really help cut the cost of this project down in the last 8 months. So, you know, I think there's like 40 or 50,000 left from the initial funding that they did with it, and now it's going on from there to probably another 50,000 probably going to need.
Okay. Mr. Manager, do you think it would be appropriate if we could circulate some of those posters around some of the town buildings and get some, see what we can do to boost this?
Yeah, we can look at that. If the board recalls, there's been several instances where the organization donated materials. I think there was some surplus material from a few years ago. So, and as mentioned, James McCrae is doing a great job advocating for this project and supporting. So we'll continue to do that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Jim?
Does the same QR code help for getting people to a place where they can donate money to the project?
Yes. Yes.
Great.
Yep. So it's on both. There's a place so you can go to where the GoFundMe page is, and there's another part that has where you can go to fill out, you know, to be a candidate to get the house.
Okay. Well, I'll do what I can to put it through my social media as well.
Excellent. Do you have more than 10 followers?
I think so. We'll find out.
I still got to find out why Dean's there. I don't even figure that one out.
So, yeah, I mean, the town, unfortunately, is not in a position at this point to offer you any funding. You know, hopefully your project will be done before time comes around for the next round of CPC grants, but you know, if you don't manage to bridge the gap by then, you know, a year down the road, or 8 or 9 months down the road, I think, you know, I would encourage everyone to, you folks, to look for a CPC grant. And certainly, you know, we want to use the good officers of the town to promote this, and I will certainly do so.
That would be great. Whatever you could do to help us, because like I said, the project's hopefully going to be started back up very shortly. And, you know, it's probably going to be done hopefully by the summer. That's the goal, which would be outstanding.
That'd be great. Well, hopefully everybody's online is watching that and dialing it up right now. David?
Yes, we should be able to publicize this through the town social media as well.
Outstanding.
You know, so, and they have more than 10 followers.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for all the work you guys are doing.
Thank Mike. As I said, I'm the voice.
Yeah. All right. Item 7, we're going to be interviewing candidates and appoint 2 West Acton Citizens Library trustees tonight. There has been some interest in this. I'll read through the process that we're going to follow. It's identical to the process that we went through in August. Member of the Select Board and the 1 remaining West Acton Citizens Library trustee shall meet together in public session to evaluate, nominate, and appoint trustees to fill the vacancies until the annual town meeting in May 2023. Process shall be chaired by the Select Board Chair. Candidates who have submitted letters of interest in the position will be given time to present their qualifications. Candidates shall be reviewed in random order. Each candidate will be given 5 minutes to introduce themselves. During that time, the candidates should discuss their qualifications, any prior library experience, how they would assist the library in the transition with new staff, and any ideas they have about improving the library's experience for the public. Members of both the Select Board and the West Acton Citizen Library Trustee will be given an opportunity to ask questions of candidates, starting with questions from the trustee. After the boards have asked questions, comments and questions from the public will be accepted with a time limit of 2 minutes per public comment. Same procedure will follow for subsequent candidates. At this point, the public comment period will be closed. Combined boards will deliberate. Members of the board will vote by roll call, with the present West Acton Citizen Library trustee voting first. A simple majority of the combined boards is required, and since we have an even number, it's going to end up having to be a 4-2 vote. In case of a tie, there will be a runoff election with the candidates with the highest vote counts. Person in the highest vote count will be the appointed interim trustees. In keeping with what we did back in August, Annette Lockery is the 1 present trustee. I'd like to have Annette come forward and sit with the board. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Any questions from the members of the board about how we're going to proceed? All right. Make a random choice. First candidate I'd like to have come forward would be Niles Smith.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to consider me as a trustee for the West Acton Library. In summary, I'm just going to read off from the letter that I sent. I believe, or I hope that you've all read it, but this is really just for the public. I live in Acton, and I'm proud to call this town my home my entire life. I have known Citizens Library since I was a child. I volunteered weekly from elementary school to high school. The library is personal, friendly, and evolved to meet the needs of West Acton. This library is a special place. It would be an honor to work with the other trustees, library staff to preserve the unique Citizens Library experience. I am motivated and excited to contribute to the success and future of this library. I have worked for the Deputy Mayor of Planning and Economic Development under Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. I've experienced sourcing grants and managing the customer relationship management system for the Grameen Foundation. My years of working in the private, public, and nonprofit sectors have given me an exceptional skills set, coupled with my strong ties to this community, positions me perfectly to serve as the Citizens Library Trustee.
Thank you. Let's start with some of the questions, unless you care to elaborate on your letter at all?
No.
Okay. Annette Lockery, you could start off with questions.
How old were you when you started going to Citizens Library?
I don't even know if I can remember that far back. It was a long time. Started out living in Indian Village, and that was the first place that I ever rented books from. And just loved it so much that starting, I couldn't even tell you exactly when in elementary school, but every Wednesday I'd walk over from Gates and help shelf books and get some time to read.
What do you like most about Citizens Library?
How personal it really is, and how well the librarians were able to get to know you. And I really feel a strong connection there. My brother, during Scouts, we helped renovate it. So it's much more than just a library to me. It's really someplace special.
I remember when you did that. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Imager.
Thank you. Hi, Niles. Great to see you. So first of all, thank you for writing the letter, sending it in, and sharing it with us today. My question is, one thing that, and this is a standard question I'm going to ask all candidates, but can you speak about how you hope to work cooperatively with staff? And I think for me, that's the most important thing moving forward, that there is a good staff Board of Trustees relationship. So can you tell me specific things that you would do to help bridge trust and work cooperatively with staff and, help to respect each other's boundaries in this process?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I think number one is listen. They obviously really know what they need, and that in my position would be to help them attain that. And beyond that, it would be to collaborate with Memorial Library as well, and so that there's a strong system between them. And then obviously just showing up, putting in the time and learning as much as I can, and coming out with the new ideas. Some of the things I personally like to do is improve processes through technology, and I'm hoping that there's ways that we'd be able to incorporate that and maybe streamline.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from members of the board?
Thank you.
Let's open it up. Any members of the public have any questions or comments they'd like to make? Okay, you're getting off easy.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much.
We'll go to the next candidate. Thank you. Forgive me if I mispronounce this. Divya.
I don't know whether everybody noticed, but she was sitting, I went to sit with her when I got here. She has 2 children and got a call from her husband about 15 minutes ago that he had to take one of them to the hospital. They've been in India for the past 2 weeks. They came in late last night, and one of the kids is sick. So she had to go home to be with the younger of the 2. I have something she wrote. So if it's okay, I'll read it to you.
Please do.
Her name is Divya Durgadas, and this is what she wrote. I'm Divya, resident of Acton since 2016 and an active member of the library network the town has to offer. The little bit The little but significant history of the West Acton Citizens Library and its founding was indeed one of the many things that prompted me and my partner to live on Windsor Avenue in West Acton. I'm the mother of two, and have been beneficiary of multiple programs offered at the library for kids and adults over the past 10 years since we've been here. I would like to extend my involvement from a benefiting citizen to helping run the library and its affairs, be it in the form of programs to be offered, managing the trust fund, upkeep and decision-making. And most of all, I believe a library plays an important role in the community and also shapes the community's needs in many regards. I would be engaged in the policies of Citizens Library in this exciting time when we have seen it evolve to be part of Minuteman Network and continues to adopt more changes by keeping the community's needs in check. And that's what she wrote.
Thank you. All right. We will move to the, unless anyone in the audience has any comments they'd like to make, any personal knowledge that might have this candidate? Okay. Next, I'd like to hear from Terra Friedrichs.
Hi, thank you very much for considering me. For decades, the library has held a special place in my life. From sitting and keeping the library workers company, reading quietly in the wonderfully appointed reading room, buying books and promoting the library services. I love this little library and want so many other things that the prior trustees want. I also want to find ways to minimize costs and the staff burden required to help run the library. And of course, to nourish new ideas. I believe I have the skills and the personality necessary to find solutions and build consensus. So you asked for ideas. I missed that part of the thing. So I'm going to say a couple of things. More surveys and to increase engagement. I love doing surveys, and I'd be willing to volunteer whether you pick me tonight or not. Easier to use the rooms at night, and maybe a volunteer key access policy for evening use. Grants. I love the idea of going after grants. Leveraging more volunteer time. I feel like people have missed that. The prior librarian didn't really engage that way, and I feel like people miss that. More engagement with Gates and Douglas, because Niles brought up the kids coming from school, and I think that that's a really important thing to increase. Cooperating with staff and communication and collaboration, that all sounds grand. This all said, so basically I volunteered because I didn't know how many people had volunteered or whatever, or who did, and I wanted to make sure somebody was volunteering. If you choose someone who's similar to prior trustees in demographics and et cetera, I hope you choose me. But I want to shift the focus from myself. I actually want you to appoint Niles and Divya. Niles and Divya are patrons of the library and have key skills and a fresh perspective. With them, you have a unique and wonderful opportunity to create what could be the first library board of trustees in the state that is controlled by people from diverse cultural backgrounds. The importance of shifting the power dynamic to people who have diverse backgrounds cannot be underestimated. Libraries are like a vital organ to the community, and for such a body to be so diverse is exciting. And for that reason, I urge you to appoint Niles and Divya. Appointing Niles especially would enable diversity of gender and age diversity. New ideas are needed to resolve conflicts and to nourish the library, its plans, and its services. And I believe Niles and Divya will bring these ideas to the board. Please appoint them to Citizens Library Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of this candidate from Annette first? No questions. Questions from members of the Select Board?
Thank you.
Okay, questions or comments from the audience? Okay, thank you. Russ Lowe.
I have a point of order question. Will people be
only about the individuals, and that time has passed.
Hi, I'm Russ Lowe, One Freedom Farm. I've loved libraries all my life. I think all the candidates here have too. After college, I worked at Littauer Library. It was part of Kennedy School of Government. Worked there for 1 year, just doing circulation and then supervising students. In grad school, I worked at Northwestern's Science Library for a short spell. Then I had a long software career as a software engineer. In the last 6 years, I've been doing IT in the Clinton Public Schools. So working with technology and teachers. So some of I did the first Lego League, robotics kind of stuff. Some of that could be done with activities at Citizens Library. I'd love to be a trustee to keep the library friendly and welcoming as it is, as it continues. I hope it continues to be used by people of all ages. I've only used the Citizens Library since I'm still consulting, so since I kind of semi-retired. It was halfway between where I live and I had to drive to both libraries. I would tend to drive to AML, read magazines, get away from the kids. But my son went there as part of the Boy Scout project that you've heard about, so I picked him up there. My wife and family went and used it, and since I've retired, I just love going there. It's such a great place. I'd like to let it continue to be a place that when you walk in, everybody knows your name. I love the way Lauren said that the other night, and I think that's something we all like to see. So when I heard about the trustee opening, I had a friend who is a librarian. She said the first thing you should do is talk to the librarian, find out, are there any issues with the trustees? Yeah, there's some issues. So that was interesting. I talked to Annette. I talked to Doc Curtis, a past board member, trustee rather. Let's see, I ran into Pam Lynn at the library, talked to her. I've just tried to find out as much as possible about what the issues are with Citizens Library and got many different perspectives. So I think I can be a rational person about this and help the board to kind of get this thing resolved. I'd be very interested in what the article might be on I think you said there would be an article on the warrant about the library. I'd be very interested in knowing what that would be. But I know you guys want some clarification on this. So it's a very valuable resource. I just want to help it keep going. So, thank you.
Thank you. Annette? Okay. Anything you'd like to elaborate on, or?
Okay.
Okay. Jim?
Hi, Jim.
Hi, thanks for volunteering for this. Just in answer to your question about the process with town meeting, we recognized the last time we talked about this as a select board that what's more important is the outcome of a good consensus building conversation between the trustees and the staff, and to bring something together. And whether that means something comes together for this town meeting or for a future town meeting, we're gonna let the process drive that decision, not force it to be in one town meeting or another. So this step of filling up the trustees is a key first step to be able to really engage in that conversation. So I appreciate your willingness to serve. Thanks.
You, Imogen.
Thank you. I think it's really great that you've spoken with current and past trustees, staff, to get a better sense of what the core issues are regarding, now that we've kind of almost moved to the next step of our transition when it comes to our operations with AML and citizens. So similar to the question I asked before, I'm wondering if you can elaborate on what you think are ways for us to work towards working cooperatively with staff, respecting boundaries, and really making sure that like Jim said, we are trying to build a consensus and a path forward that serves our town best.
Right. I think we need to start to work with AML as best we can to work together to solve these problems. I don't see us, I expect we're not going back to being the auxiliary library we once were. As good as that was, I think we've made the transition to AML running the operational part of the library. So what role does that have for the trustees? It's to support the librarian there in any way we can. But it's not to run the day-to-day operations. That's up to the expert librarians, as far as I know. I'm not an expert at that. So, but I do want to just support them in what they need us to do. And I think I'm creative and can work with the staff. I've worked with large organizations and pretty calm and reasonable and all that good stuff. Have to do that when you're in IT, so with students and teachers. So I think it could work.
Thank you. Questions from other board members? Questions from the audience? Please come forward.
Thank you for volunteering. The question out there for you is, what is your vision for the West Acton Library in the future? And the second question is, how do you feel and support low-income people continuously going into the library and making free copies? Because some of them were told to stop doing it, and I think that's a human right.
I know there's an issue with copier there, with using it. They were sent over to the pharmacy, I think, to try to use that library. I know copiers are expensive. I don't know, I don't have the history of why they stopped or when it was started, et cetera. But that is something, the library should be free. They should be free. Are copies part of what a functioning library supports? I don't know, does AML support free copies? I don't think so, so I don't know. But it could be something that we looked at. It's a good issue. What's the vision is sort of, I wrote some things down. Create a especially friendly, welcoming library with as many services as possible. To continue the tradition of library-led activities, especially for early literacy. Provide access to a wide variety of books, especially newer books that might have a long wait list at the main library. Provide access to the Minuteman Library Network. It's something that makes me pop down there to get books out instead of the AML. Provide internet computer usage, which it has, and continue to provide books to homebound seniors. So those are some goals that I want to continue at the library.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lowe.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Annie Channon.
Hi, good evening. Those were some tough acts to follow, some very qualified people. I will be honest up front, I don't have any direct experience working for a library, other than as a patron. I've been to the libraries. But I moved to Acton 2020, so just about 3 years ago now. And I've been looking for something to become more active in the community. And, when I heard about this opportunity, I thought that might be a good fit. I love books, probably a little bit too much, my husband might say. So anything that I can do to sort of help spread, that around town, I'm totally game for. I do have some education and professional experience that I think could be useful. Back in 2008, I graduated from law school. And so I have a comfortable and, familiarity with reading legal documents, contracts, regulations, statutes. I'm familiar with those and can help read and implement them as necessary. I'm no longer actively practicing attorney. I've spent the last 12 years or so in various forms of business consulting, and I'm currently working as a program manager for the Avidus Silgen Company, celebrating our 400th year this year. And in my role there, I work with a lot of different areas of the company and try and bring people together and get consensus around project timelines and budgets and all that stuff. So I feel like that skill would also transfer into this role. And I think, like Niles said, I do a lot with bringing technology and process improvements in my day-to-day job, and so that's a skill that I would like to bring to this as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Annette?
Hi there. I appreciate the chance we had to chat when you called me. Quick question. Have you been to Citizens Library? What's your thought about it?
I have been to the library. I went to a couple of the book sales that they had there, and I really like it. I love the building. It's a fascinating building. And I forgot to mention, I do have experience sort of helping my old church become registered on the National Register of Historic Places. I participated in that effort about 12 years ago now. So and we live in an old house, so I understand the trials and tribulations of older buildings, but they're worth it.
Thank you.
Imogen?
Thank you. Well, first of all, it's totally fine if you don't have years and years and years of going to a library. It really is, experience can be measured by time, but it can also be measured in other things as well. It really is about the quality of that experience, and it's very nonlinear. So thank you for sharing that you're a patron, and that's kind of your vision and outlook into the library. My question is very similar to what I've asked before. How do you plan to work with staff cooperatively, especially in terms of respecting boundaries and making sure that we're helping staff do their job without overstepping and really just being respectful to the best of our abilities in our capacity as elected officials?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing is to respect the librarians and the staff that are in the library every day and are the ones that are, dealing with whatever the issues they might have. To really listen to them and trust them that they know what problems that they might be having. And I think, one thing that could serve to be a voice for them in public forums or places where they don't want to speak, but they want this concern to be raised, that's something that I could help with, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions from other members of the board? Questions or comments from members of the public?
Thank you for your time. I have the same question that I just said to the other gentleman. What do you envision for the West Acton Library in the future, and what's your feeling towards residents, low-income residents, usually from Windsor, that go and make copies and we're told not to? To me, it's a human right, but I'm curious to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, for my vision, so, as I said, I don't have a ton of experience in this area, so I think I would first kind of start and, listen to the other trustees and the staff and the public as to what their vision is and how can we help, bring that to fruition. As for the issue with the copiers, I'm afraid I don't have any information about that, so that's something that I would have to, consult with other members to figure out a solution for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the public? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, in accordance with the procedure that I outlined earlier, we're cutting off, no further public comment at this point, and we'll deliberate as a combined board. Entertain any questions, comments, just a general discussion before we start entertaining nominations. Fran?
quick question. My concern was Divya not being present, and I don't know. Can we extend this to our next? Can we extend this to our next meeting when she can be present? I feel like she doesn't have full representation.
I think that's a very legitimate point. I'm sorry she had to leave.
I completely understand.
Me too, but I'm still sorry that people couldn't ask her questions.
Yeah.
So, I think we've got two conflicting issues. We certainly want to give everyone a fair shot as a candidate, but on the other hand, the trustees have been without full membership since January. I think, we need to move forward. So, John, I saw you reaching for the mic there.
Yeah, just to note that at the last temporary appointment of trustees, there were candidates that were unable to be there that night as well, and an appointment was made.
Okay. Jim?
Another comment on that same issue. I think Divya did a good job in her letter that you read, explaining who she was and what her qualifications were. So I feel okay about proceeding with a vote that includes her, because I feel like I've heard from her.
I'll be honest. So I think that Divya's statement was really good, and so grateful for her writing that, especially with her family emergency going on, which we all wish her the best of luck with. But for me, I think having a good understanding of Divya's approach with working with staff is truly what is going to govern my decision. And so the fact that I wasn't able to ask her about that, or the fact that we weren't able to hear more about that, is, for me, that's what I'm basing most of my decision on. So I don't know if this means we extend, or I don't know if there's a possibility of maybe holding like a special meeting just to sometime, this week, next week, to kind of talk this over once we have the chance. And maybe Divya could come to that special meeting, and then afterwards we could have a discussion. But I don't know, I'll default to what you all think is best.
I think she would appreciate that. As I said, she just came back from 2 weeks in India, and her child has been taken to the hospital. So.
Yeah, fully understand. And family comes first.
I think she would accommodate whatever works for the board to answer questions and all.
Well, I think I'm the same mind that Jim has expressed. I think I've got a good feeling from Divya's original comment that was sent, and certainly what she submitted that Annette read to us. So I think I can evaluate the candidate properly. I don't think it's, even the existing candidates were not really subjected to rigorous cross-examination, I would say. So I would prefer to move ahead, but certainly I can be swayed by comments from other members of the board. David?
I think it's important to move ahead just because the time is tight with town meeting, right? Already we're down to just a month and a half or so of them serving in this position. If we wait till our next meeting, then it's just 1 month really. So I'm in favor of moving ahead.
Okay, and I'll just reiterate what David mentioned, was that, these are very temporary positions. We're going to need to have 3 trustees nominated to be voted on at town meeting. So I think for such a temporary position, and I don't think that, someone being appointed under this process necessarily gives them great credence as an insider candidate, since they probably will only have 2 meetings before they go to town meeting, and their terms will either end or continue. Yeah, I'm not going to be taking public comments at this point. We're going to be, I will read to you the process that I read out before. Thank you. I don't think so, no. We'll discuss that after we determine who the candidates are, who, we're going to get through this process here, and then certainly, yep, thank you. I think I've got consensus from 3 members of the Select Board that we should continue the process with the information that we have in hand. So I'd like to move ahead with that. Any other discussion of any particular candidates from members of the board? David.
So I'm not, I don't know about any particular candidates, or maybe I could say, talk about them at the end, but I think to me, the things that I'm using to judge here are, first of all, the needs of the residents. Services in recent years have gotten better. When I first was a member of the board, people complained to me about the services at Citizens Library. They no longer do, and so I think it's important to continue in that trend. Second is, Him had just been pointing out a number of times, the working relationship with staff is critical here, and that's a very important judgment point for the people who have been made themselves available for this position. And lastly, I think the role of a trustee is important. I think the trustee here is by as is any board is a high level position, right? They set the tone and the direction, but are not involved in any implementation. And I think that's quite key.
Thank you. Comments from other members of the combined boards? Imogen.
Yes, and then to add to the list that David pointed out, I agree with everything, and I think the other thing that I'm also considering is the diversity of candidates, not only just from an identity standpoint, but also from an idea standpoint and what they bring to the table in terms of their experiences with the library, both personal or professional. So that's another thing I'm thinking of as well.
Thank you. All right, so I think what we'd like to do is I'll entertain nominations. We'd like to have one candidate nominated. We will vote. If that candidate gets 4 votes, that candidate will be brought in as a trustee. And then when that's all done, we'll go to look for a second nomination. So it won't really be a head-to-head competition. Jim?
There was also a part of your process that talked about ties and tie breaking. So I'm thinking that means we need to know all the votes first, so we know if there are ties. Like if we get, 3 people that get 4 votes, then we'll need to tie break at that point. So we may need to go through, any candidate that gets a nomination, and then go back and look at the results. But I might have been misreading your process.
What my plan was is just to consider one candidate at a time, and that candidate either gets 4 votes or more. And if that candidate gets the 4 votes, that's as far as it'll go. So if you have any particular candidate that you particularly favor and you want to have them considered early in the process, I would suggest you come up with that nomination sooner rather than later. Imogen?
Also, just a quick procedural question. Is it, we're voting twice, so we vote for the top two that we prefer?
So I'll ask for one nomination. One nominee will vote, and after that's been settled, either that person will become the trustee or not, and then we'll ask for a second nomination. That person will become a trustee or not. We'll work our way down. And obviously, anybody that's going to get the position is going to have to get 4 votes. So no. I think I've been quite clear. So, once again, I'm going to ask for a nomination from some member of the board. They'll come up with a name. This is a combined board vote. So we'll be looking at a winning candidate. We'll have to get 4 votes. If the first nominee does not get the 4 votes, we'll ask for another nomination.
May I nominate? No?
You
No?
let me breathe.
I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
So, is the process clear? Okay. I will entertain nomination for one trustee. David?
May I?
I nominate Russ Lowe.
Excuse me, I think I spoke first. David? I think I asked first, if I may speak. Oh, I'm sorry.
I will.
It's my birthday.
I think that was in there,
And we-
birthdays.
And we all wish you a great birthday. David, I did err in this because the next sentence down here, I said, members of the board will vote by roll call with present WACL trustee voting first. So using that process, I think I must defer to Annette to make the first nomination.
Thank you. And my pardon, David. I'd like to nominate Niles Smith.
Okay. Discussion amongst the board? Imogen?
Yeah, so I had the chance to meet with Niles. I think that I love that he has a personal connection with Citizens Library, and I think that having more youth voices on a board like the Board of Trustees for citizens would be valuable. And based on Niles' response to working cooperatively with staff, I would support voting for Niles.
Thank you. Comments from other? Jim?
I think all these candidates are strong. So I'm not too concerned about, although I think our process is slightly flawed, but that's okay. I think it's good enough because we have good candidates. And we also have the chance to, have a different slate potentially for the town meeting. So yeah, let's proceed. Niles was one of those wonderful people.
Okay. Fran?
I second.
Okay. Niles Smith nominated, seconded. We'll put it to a vote. All in favor of Niles Smith as a candidate, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstention? Aye. So we have 4. So Niles is our first trustee. All right, I'll entertain a second nomination. David?
I nominate Russ Lowe.
I will second that nomination. Discussion amongst the board? Imogen?
Yeah, in the few seconds that I've had to try to think through, because I think that Jim is right. We have some really great candidates, and thank you all for coming today. I think for Russ, the thing that really made me happy to hear was the fact that he did reach out to staff. He reached out to current and previous trustees to really understand the concern. When I spoke with staff, he asked really great questions to try to dig deeper. I thought his answer to my question on how do you want to work with staff was good. Making sure that we respect boundaries. So I would support voting for Russ as well.
Thank you. Comments from other members? All right, we'll call for a vote. All in favor of Russ Lowe, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, well,
Look up your rules on abstentions.
yeah, well, let's go through this again, and we'll do a roll call vote, just so that we're clear here. So, candidacy of Russ Lowe. Annette, how do you vote?
If it makes it any easier, I could abstain. If that helps your counting or categorization, abstain is fine.
Okay, one abstention. David?
I vote aye.
Fran?
Abstain.
I'll vote aye. Jim?
I'll abstain.
I'll vote aye.
Okay, so, got 3 abstentions, 3 aye votes. In my opinion, Russ Lowe is our second trustee.
How's that?
Sorry, just a quick question. So maybe what we could do is wait, because I would be interested in nominating someone else and seeing and going through the roll call, see if they get a higher vote that's actually a 4-2 majority, or
I think that makes sense.
Or like a
Imogen.
second round.
the second round.
David?
So an abstention means you go with the will of the majority, and here, that's what abstention means. And so the majority is 3-0, right?
No. 4 is a majority.
Yeah,
He did.
We have in my opinion, we have a majority vote here. It's just the same as if we didn't have a full board here. Mr. Manager, would you like to give us some parliamentary advice?
Well, I think when you abstain, the question is, does that change the quorum of the board? And it doesn't. You're still here. You're just not participating in the vote. So that's not a legal opinion. It's just an observation. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I can look into it, but I wasn't prepared to address that type of thing.
So I guess on that logic, because I am also not an expert on this, but if with 6 of us, so if we're, for us to have a quorum for this board, would it have to be 4 in order for our vote, or would it be, because with the select board, when it's the 5 of us, a quorum is 3, it's very straightforward, but in this case, what is the actual quorum, I think is my question.
Well, Dean said 4 was going to be a nominating amount.
David?
when someone abstains, it means they go with the will of the majority. So for example, in a normal select board meeting, if the vote was 2-1 with 2 abstentions, it carries.
Can we do the other people and see if we get somebody else with 4?
But that wasn't the process.
That's what Dean set up, was 4 people had to vote for somebody to get nominated.
So yeah, again, when someone abstains, it means they go with the will of the majority.
Very well. One would not think that a library trustee position would be this controversial. But, and again, this is for a position that's going to last a month and a half. So this is not a hill that I intend to die on, and I hope nobody else wants to either. So I will, considering that the discussion, and it seems I don't have majority support from the rest of the combined boards, we will entertain another nomination.
I'd like to nominate Divya, please. Divya.
Okay? Do I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Comments from members of the board? Heminger.
Yeah, well, first of all, Divya's comment was amazing. Her statement was really good. I think for me, the biggest thing is I need to know how Divya would feel and what her stance is working with staff and how she'd want to be cooperative. And because I wasn't, and it is completely not on her, this is all circumstance related, but I think what I would probably do is save my vote for potentially another person, and then I can connect with Divya one-on-one. I already sent her an email prior to this, so can definitely reach out and see if she would be interested in serving on Citizens when we do our actual town meeting. But for now, I would have to vote for people who I was able to hear that answer from. So that's kind of my personal reasoning with how I'm going to be voting.
Thank you. Comments from other members of the board? Jim.
Yeah, I'm noting that you're the liaison to the Citizens Library, so I want to weigh your thoughts particularly, heavily. So thank you. I'll be waiting to know how you vote. I will be voting the same way. Thank you.
Okay, we're done with comments. We'll do the roll call. Annette?
Yay.
David?
Nay.
Fran?
Nay.
Jim?
Could we have Heminger vote first?
Okay, Heminger.
So much power. I'll abstain for this one.
Jim?
I'm abstaining.
Dean is nay. All right. Entertain another nomination?
Yeah, I'll entertain Annie Channon.
Okay. Any a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I totally jumped the ball on that one. I apologize. I was really excited by Annie's comments. I think that her legal background might be really helpful, especially in this situation as we are making the transition and really trying to support citizens operationally working with AML. I think that she brings a really good background as a patron to citizens. So yeah, I would be happy with her serving as a trustee.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay. Annette, how do you vote?
Oh, it's my birthday, that's true,
Yeah.
okay. Yay.
David?
Yay.
Pardon me?
Yay.
Yay.
Fran? Jim?
Aye.
Imogen?
I as well.
And I will abstain. So, we have 5 votes for Ann Channon. That should end the process. Thank you. And for the successful candidates, for the unsuccessful candidates, and for members of the general public, we're going to be looking for nominations for town meeting to vote in 3 trustees. And in addition to any nominations that comes beforehand, there are nominations accepted from the floor. And Chang.
That was my question, because there have never been nominations for the trustees from the floor. So what you're saying is that at town meeting, you're going to have nominations for the trustees from the floor?
They always ask if there's any nominations, and nobody ever comes forward, but there's certainly the possibility.
Thank you. Have you told the town moderator?
Well, I've been going to town meeting for about 40 years, and that's kind of the standard wording, so somebody should pay attention to it, I guess. Thank you. All right, to Niles and Annie, welcome and thank you. And to Divya, Russ, and Terra, thank you for participating in the process. Okay, next item of business is we're going to be reviewing the citizens' petitions. And I'm going to go in the order that they appear in the town meeting warrant. And the first is a citizens' petition submitted by inquiries to Alyssa Nicole to talk about sewer commissioners. Same sort of process. We'd like to move this along fairly quickly.
Thank you, Alyssa Nicole from School Street. This will be a lot better when there's a slide, but I'll just read the petition. To see if the town will conduct an objective analysis, either by establishing a working group or committee, commissioning a study, or engaging a consultant to determine the pros and cons of creating a sewer commission independent of the select board or an advisory sewer committee, or take any action related thereto. So this article does not suggest what form the analysis will take. So it could be a working group or committee made up of volunteers or staff. It could be directing staff to conduct a study. It could be engaging a consultant to perform the analysis. If there are any costs associated with this exploratory effort, funding might come from a grant. The study could be conducted by a self-funded agency, such as the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, or funds could be taken from the turnback at the end of the fiscal year and allocated by the town manager. I think a big question on everybody's mind is, what do other towns do? Because we know that in Acton, the sewer commissioners are the select board. There's no list that I've been able to locate that tells me what percentage of towns in Massachusetts have separate sewer commissions. So my Google search turned up lots of different results for towns. Sorry.
Excuse me, Alyssa.
Oh.
In back? Terra?
I'm not doing it.
So I would hope that folks would provide the courtesy to the speakers, and if you got conversations, take them outside. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. So some towns act like Acton does, where the select board serves as the sewer commissioners. So for instance, Maynard, Belmont, and Hinsdale were towns that I found did that. Interestingly, I think it's Belmont, they have separate meetings. So there's a meeting of the same people, but it's just sewer commission business. Having independent commissions is more like the water district acts as an independent legal entity. That's more common for cities and not not towns. Sorry. There are many towns, though, around us and in other parts of the state where there are two separate bodies. So, for instance, Concord, Harvard, Shirley, Lunenburg, Groton, Mashpee, Medfield, Pepperell, Cohasset, Milford, Rockport, they are distinct bodies, so they're different individuals than the select board. One town, Leicester, actually was one town that had an independent water sewer commission, but they're moving to be change over to a town operation. They had a very complicated system with 7 distinct water districts. So these towns have a town entity, which is a separate body than the sewer, than the select board, but they have a separate finances, just like Acton, the sewer enterprise fund. So another question is, why is it important to take this issue in Acton? It's my understanding that very few select board members are elected to office with the skills and the expertise to act as sewer commissioners, or even the knowledge that they will be acting as sewer commissioners. We're lucky right now to have a former DPW director, a civil engineer, but usually people that run for select board are not necessarily thinking, I want to be a sewer commissioner. The duties that all of you have are vast and broad. So while you're fulfilling all of those other obligations, the sewer commission business is coming onto the agenda just 3 or 4 times a year, whereas an independent body, that's a statutory body, town entity, would be meeting regularly, and these other towns, they meet every other week or once a month. So there would be the ability to build up that expertise, not only attract the expertise through an appointment, or if you choose, or if the results of this study would be that we should elect this body, that would attract a certain kind of person with an expertise, but also it would be building up this expertise in the individuals over time, because they're dedicated solely to the sewer commission business. Another reason that it's important for us to take this on is because we've seen recently 2 failed town meeting votes to expand the sewer. First, Spencer Tuttle Flint did not meet the 2/3 required vote at town meeting, and then the West Acton sewer expansion, a whopping 75% of town meeting voters voted nay. And we, although we have created committees to advise the select board during those expansion processes, I feel that it's really worthwhile to look at establishing an independent body that would be, there would be some continuity, and they would be taking this business up regularly, not just in a moment when a decision needs to be made. And speaking of decisions that need to be made, there's a lot of decisions that are going to be coming up and the town is going to be facing. One of them is how to manage the insufficient wastewater discharge capacity at the municipal plant, because now there are a little less than 5,000 gallons per day discharge capacity, and 1/3 of the parcels, or 280 parcels in the existing sewer district, have not yet hooked up and will need to one day when their septics fail. Another decision that's going to be facing the town is the question of wastewater solutions for Great Road. So Wright Pierce's study of Great Road wastewater solutions is something that is a really important decision. It's going to be impactful financially, and it's going to take a lot of your time if you're still acting as sewer commissioners. And it would be great to either to look at creating a sewer committee that would be advising you, or take that off of your plate. So that is the impetus for bringing this citizen petition to the town meeting.
Okay, thank you. Questions from members of the board? Jim?
Just a question about the process. Are we also voting tonight on whether to recommend these or not?
That would be good.
Okay.
Imogen?
Thank you. That was a really comprehensive overview, Alyssa, so really appreciate it. And also breaking down how many towns do this and the rationale for having separate boards, or have a separate sewer commissioner oversee this work. My question is, in terms of the selection criteria for this, or how this process would undergo, to my understanding, you're envisioning this to be an appointed situation where we would appoint people to serve on the sewer commissioner, and if so, what would those criteria be, based on what you think would be best? And if it's elected, then one might think that we have the same problem in terms of just kind of like making sure that the people who serve have that level of expertise, but I'm assuming you mean that they're going to be appointed.
So, sorry, that wasn't clear. I'm not suggesting that it be an independent body or an advisory committee, that it be if it's independent, that these folks be appointed by the select board or they be elected. That's not what I'm here or I will be bringing to town meeting. Just that this is worthwhile taking a look at and objectively analyzing it.
Okay, got you. And then if it's okay for a quick follow-up, in terms of who would be making that decision, I actually don't know. Would that be a select board decision? So say we pass this at town meeting, in terms of what those next steps would look like, would that be select board working with staff to try to figure out how that would work?
I think based on previous citizens petitions, after we see how if this gets to town meeting, and well, it will get to town meeting, if it passes or fails, it would certainly be a subject that would be discussed in the board when we do our goal setting in probably June. So it's advisory in nature. Last year, there were a number of citizens petitions that were passed. Some of those ideas were brought forward in the goal setting process. Some made the goals list and some didn't. Other questions? David?
First, one follow-up to Jim's process question. Are we voting on the recommendations one at a time after each speaker, or are we going to do them all together as in the list with everything else?
I think what I'd like to do is we'll hear from all the speakers. We'll get that done. Then, as a board, we will vote to either recommend or not. At the same time, we would see if we get any volunteers that wish to be the select board contact point.
Okay. Just some comments on this. I think actually a majority of the things the sewer commissioners do, even more than technical, is financial, right? From everything from setting sewer rates to deciding whether we borrow, and how much we spend on an expansion and that kind of thing. And I think it's a little awkward to go through another hurdle, right? To go through another level of approval, because anything that's financial has to go through us on its way to town meeting. On the other hand, I'm happy to hear from what town meeting has to say, and I think that's fine.
Okay, other comments from members of the board? Comments from the public? Yep. Sorry, Jim.
Oh, just a quick comment. So one of the reasons that I'm in favor of this study, and in fact having a separate board, is that the financial interests of the both of the sewer enterprise fund and of the people that use the sewers. People that use the sewers are not a majority of people in the town. And I like the notion of having a board of people whose specific charter is to look after those interests. I think sometimes, well, you know, I've been on losing sides of votes on this, but I think sometimes we trade away the interests of the sewer for other very laudable goals. Like this recent affordable housing discussion back and forth. So I like the idea of having a board that has a specific charter focus on the interests of the sewer users.
Okay. Comments from the public?
Hi, I love this for the reasons that Jim and Alyssa stated. I am a former select person, and I felt like what would happen with the sewer rates decisions, we'd get something from staff, and we basically spend like 2 minutes at the board looking at it and a bunch of minutes out by ourselves looking at it and scratching our heads, not knowing what's going on. So I love the idea of people who are really focused and do that work. I love the idea of the sewer district people playing a big role in that analysis and making decisions on the future that impacts their wallets. I also like the idea of having like a Green Acton Water Committee member or something, you know, like a variety of interests that would sit on such a board. But again, I think it's non-binding, is that right? So it's non-binding, just says do a study, and I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. We will move to the next, which is Madeline Cruz. Be it resolved, this town meeting requests the select board to find a way to ensure that all officials have anti-bias training. Madeline, would you like to come forward?
Hi. I don't have anything prepared, but I can say that the reason I came up with this Warrant article is far too often we have accepted things that shouldn't be accepted from people that are staff members or are on boards and committees. And at the end of the day, as a woman of color, I have fought way too hard to feel accepted in this community. And I think we need to step up our game and lead by example for other communities and say enough is enough. We cannot continue condoning bad behavior, neither from people that are staff members or volunteers as board or committees or the public. There needs to be respect equally from everyone in this community. And again, far too often, people like me are marginalized, and it's not fair. I want to feel welcomed every time I come here, or in any opening settings where people are having open discussions. It is completely unacceptable, and we shouldn't wait till somebody decides to sue us, because eventually that's exactly what's going to happen. So why not take the opportunity and train and teach people with anti-bias course how to be acceptance of people like me and others like me.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from members of the board? Imogen.
Thank you, Madeline. So actually, it's interesting because I had started a draft of it, and I remember like reaching out to you and being like, "Oh, you have a citizens petition going on about this." And so I know that there might be a way. I actually don't know the procedure of how this would happen, but if there might be an amendment to reviewing the current draft that we have, or something along those lines. But yeah, that was something that I had a question about in terms of what might be good next steps.
David.
So, Imogen, I think you might be referring to the next citizens petition. This is the one on training. The next one's the one on code of conduct.
Oh, okay. No, that is my bad. That is my bad. Yes.
So anyway, I'm supportive of this. Again, I'm interested to hear the discussion at town meeting.
So, just a clarification, you seem to imply that you've experienced bias from staff members or committee members in the past. And have those instances been brought to the attention of the DEIC or our newly hired DEI director?
I'm not implying it actually did happen. And far too often, a lot of people don't want to accept it because it's not them. It's a reality. It happens. It happens in this room. It happens with you, and it has happened with other people. And anti-bias training will protect all of us equally. And no, I haven't brought it to the attention of other people because when I did email the select board of a certain treatment that I got, I never heard any feedback. So when you're trying to make movement because change is needed and your voice is not heard, this is the step that a person like me has to take.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the public?
Alyssa Nichols, School Street. I'm definitely in support of this anti-bias training. I've done some myself. One of the trainings that I did was offered to all staff and volunteers on boards and committees. To your query, Dean, I think it's an important thing to talk about, the fact that we do have structures in place already. For instance, we have a DEIC, we have a select board that is open to receiving feedback, and now we have a director of DEI. I think that the training would provide something that those aren't set up to do, and that's prevention. So if we are all undergoing this training, we have to do the open meeting law training, we have to do the conflict of interest training so that we can do our jobs well, and part of being on a board or a committee or being an elected official, doing your job well is to eliminate, to whatever degree you individually can manage through this kind of training to eliminate those biases. So if we can prevent it, then we don't need to take that step of reporting it to the structures, the various structures that are in place. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm here to stand in testament that I thought I was all that, and I thought I knew enough, and I had some anti-bias training some decades ago, blah, blah, blah. And through the urging of some local RJ, racial justice people here, I got updated training. I read I read a lot, and I'm continuing to read, and I'm so surprised at how much I don't know, and I'm so glad that I'm absorbing this information, and I feel so much better that I'm a better community member, and the things that I personally have heard at meetings has shocked me. So I'm not going to call people out in this meeting, but like someone said something and then people went, and they said, excuse me, I'm personally offended by that. And the person's like, oh, you don't want to be PC here. I can say what I want, free speech. Well, these are officials. And I do not think that kind of behavior is acceptable for officials. And so I wholeheartedly support this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? No? Okay. So the next, be it resolved, this town meeting requests the select board to institute a more comprehensive code of conduct for officials. Adeline.
Yes, this again has to do with past situations that our town has faced and money that lawyers have had to be hired to help stop people from suing. I've been to meetings personally where things that are being said are so freaking offensive to the BIPOC community, and it is unacceptable that we tolerate this for both board members, staff, or committee members, or even the public. A code of conduct is something that I've seen many of towns have already implemented, including other countries. And again, this is a movement for change, for a better tomorrow, where every single person that is present in a board meeting or committee meeting feels safe. And by doing that, we have to implement code of conduct for all, not just for one person.
Thank you. Comments from members of the board? Imogen.
Not that I'm on the right article. Genuinely meshed the two in my brain because they are very similar, and I think they come from really important places of making sure we're all keeping ourselves accountable as a community to being as inclusive and supportive as possible. So yeah, I think that to my previous point, which now applies, in terms of that we have, since we now have a draft of the code of conduct that has kindly been reviewed by town council, it's been reviewed by a few other people as well. I'm wondering in terms of next steps, what that might look like, if we wanted to suggest an amendment to the current article, or kind of what would be the best way to approach that.
Okay. So I think a couple of thoughts that I've got on this. I did read the draft that you've prepared, and I think there's lots to discuss there. I think there's certainly some parts that I would agree with. I think there's some parts that I think are fraught with danger. Specifically, once you get into these issues with so-called hate speech. At what point is there hate speech? It's undefined in the U.S. Constitution. At what point could a board or committee decide that, are you going to have a majority of the board decide that something that one member says is hate speech and it becomes hate speech just because a majority of the board votes for that? I think these are some serious points of discussion and contention that we have to review with the proposed code of conduct. So I would strongly recommend against. I don't see that there's any way that you can link your proposed draft with the citizens petition. The two of them should stand on their own. I would also observe that any of these policies which might be approved by this board, unless they're extended by the next board, they basically expire. So one board cannot bind by policy a subsequent board. Looking at the nature of, the world changes. So I have some real problems with frankly, with the draft that you've got. So I don't really think that there's any way that you can link the two of them. But I'll ask for questions from David.
Well, I think as a practical matter, that's exactly right. So first of all, the citizens petition is done, right? It's got 10 signatures on it. It can't be changed for this town meeting. Someone could offer an amendment on the floor, but then you have to decide what that means, right? So this is a resolution, and so you'd just be adding the text of the code of conduct to the resolution, which might be fine. I mean, that's something if you or somebody else wants to offer it from the floor. And the things that town meeting would do other than a resolution is a bylaw could be drafted if we wanted. But usually these things are a matter of policy at the select board level. And so those are independent. And they're certainly not, it's not conflicting with this town meeting resolution. So I think they're independent. And it gives us a chance when it comes in front of the board for us to debate, the pieces of this. I do think, though, Dean, that a policy is in place until a future board changes it. You're absolutely right. So 10 boards ago, they passed a complete streets policy, which as far as I know is still in effect. I mean, we could vote next meeting to cancel that. But You're right that we can't bind it, but I don't believe it expires. The policies stay in effect until a future board changes them. Anyway, that's my understanding.
So I think, that, again, to sort of heap onto this, the proposed code of conduct is several pages. And I don't see any way that we're going to be able to attach that to this petition and then face the possibility of wordsmithing it at 10 o'clock at night on the second night of town meeting. Jim.
Thanks for bringing this forward, Madeline. And I'm sorry you've experienced those kind of really uncomfortable, painful, harmful kind of comments from, this board and other boards. And, and probably from me, but I think you would tell me if it was from me. I hope you would. For me, so I looked at the two things we have that are like codes of conduct, the early visitors code of conduct, which came into effect so that we could clarify, the right of a chair of a meeting to throw someone out if they're being, really awful. And there's also there's a staff code of conduct, but it's not really well known among the volunteers who are technically town employees but don't normally get a copy of that code of conduct. So I think this is a really needed thing. The other comment I have, which relates to both of these conversations, is that for me, the most valuable parts about this are the conversations, are the sitting down and not particularly the exact wording of a particular code of conduct, but sitting down among groups of people who can listen to each other and talk through, what do you need and what do I need and what does that other person need to feel respected and safe? That to me is where the magic happens. That's where the learning happens. It's different than, because I think some people think both bias training and code of conduct training means, some know-it-all is going to be in front of a room and tell us all what to think. And I know that that's not what it is, but we're gonna hear statements from town meeting about how this is going to be indoctrination and this is political, and for me that's not the point. The point here is talking through what we need together to be respectfully listening to each other, and I think this is a great step in the right direction. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that it's not just about me. It's our community. It's things that have been said in the past. I've never been more disgusted listening to a past presentation where the N-word was used in the school committee, where people of color and blacks were referred to a shopping list once by a ex-board member, and those things are unacceptable, and this is what has led me to say we need to step up our ball game. Yes, a code of conduct might exist, but it doesn't reflect for the current need in today. And going back to what Dean said, freedom of speech does not mean that you get to use derogatory words to criminalize someone for the way that they look, especially their skin color. That there's a fine line of you saying you don't like me, and then there's another fine line of you crossing it and calling me an N-word, or better yet, I was referred to as a tar baby once when I was applying for the Human Services Committee. And I might not necessarily know who the person is, but I would love to, because I would just kiss them in the forehead and offer them a hug, because sometimes I feel that people that hate the color of my skin or someone even darker than me, they didn't have enough love. And we should be embarrassed that in today's day and age, that we have someone that could even use that terminology towards a person like me last year. It's disturbing. It's wrong. So there might be people that will disagree to agree, but the point is we can no longer keep tolerating stuff like that, not from anyone here or anyone in the future or anyone present to just come and participate.
Thank you. Comments from members of the public?
I just wanted to express support for this and the previous citizen petition that Madeline presented. Pretty much Jim sort of said it all. It doesn't feel to me like it's about saying what people can say, that we're going to say, you should say this, but it's all about us talking as a community about what's a respectful way of treating each other and how we can make everybody in town feel welcome. So I welcome that kind of discussion at town meeting.
Thank you. Next.
What these two said, and then also, we have a public shade tree policy that was voted on by a select board, and then we respect that for years to come. Okay, so there is a way to have a policy that each time this policy is implemented, the select board chooses to respect that policy. And so at the minimum, a policy. Now I'll move on to town meeting articles. Town meeting articles have been passed in 1962 Citizens Library, for example. Everybody's looking at that a lot. And if you think that that doesn't matter, excuse me, if you don't think that a policy or an article that's voted on by a town meeting matters today for anti-bias training or for a code of conduct, then the 1962 Citizens Petition doesn't matter either. So let's be careful about saying that just because it's in one town meeting, it doesn't matter for the next town meeting or the next select board. We still are respecting these things because we respect that a group of people, hundreds of people, got together and said yay on something. So the next part is, town meeting can vote to amend a petition, I believe. A petitioner can move to pass over. So if she decides that, whatever you're doing is satisfactory, she can move to pass it over. Everybody will vote for that because they want to go home. But I believe that for the next 2 weeks, you guys can add warrant articles to the town warrant up until March. Mark's not here, but up until, I think it's March 23rd or something like that. So yes, that's that. Okay, staff versus public. So I think that we have a higher standard, than for staff to have than the public that comes in and is all outraged about something, and that the chair of a meeting is governed by Mass General Law and can stop the behavior. So if they have good training about, harmful behaviors, then they can engage in stopping that behavior. Me personally, when officials are trying to silence me, when it's my turn to talk, I can get loud. We all know that, right? So if you have a code of conduct that says that I can't speak louder when someone's interrupting me, you know what I mean? Like let's be real about the officials treating people properly and respectfully so that they can speak, so that if they're upset, they can continue being upset. And just because they have an opinion about how something stinks and how the town has done this and that, and then they say, oh, well, that's an attack on you, and so you have to be silent. Well, no, that you're here to hear our input. And so if you feel attacked because we don't like your work, that's what we're here for, is to tell you when we don't like your work. So anyways, I'm in full support of this, and I hope that you guys find a way to work together. Yes, make it a policy. Yes, bring it to town meeting. I'll vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, citizen petition. Be it resolved, this town meeting requests the select board to find a way to reduce the transfer sticker price for low-income residents. Madeline.
This warrant article is because, as you all know, I am a resident of the Acton Housing Authority, so I am low income, and far too often I find, even when I lived in Yankee Village, that a household of 5 has more trash than a household of 2. And the other thing is, Acton is huge on making sure that we fight climate change. And you can't teach a certain group of people to fight climate change if you're not teaching the other people how to do that. And by other people, I mean the 30% of Acton residents are renters. And if you go to most of these rental units, they are not following policy when it comes to recycling. Having a reduced price, because I can't afford the regular price, will ensure that I'm trying to make it more green and better for our world by going and dropping off my thing, like my recycling or my extra trash, instead of putting it somewhere that it's not supposed to go. Not that I would do that anyways, but there are people who do. And it's just another way of incorporating more renters to participate in what we are trying to fight, which is climate justice.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? David?
Yeah, I'm interested again in hearing what town meeting has to say about this. I will note that there's a $10 recycling sticker, which is pretty affordable. But that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I think, my own point of view on this is that in order to, we have to generate enough money from sale of transfer stickers and bags to fund the operation of the transfer station. So in order to lower the fee for one group of people, you have to raise the fee for other people. So I think, there's got to be some balancing there. I think it'd be interesting to get some input from staff on this as to, what the potential financial consequences are of this. And I do, acknowledge David's comment about the recycling sticker, which is a pretty cheap way to go. And I think, I suspect that there, in addition to renters, there are a number of other low-income folks that might be able to benefit from this. Obviously, and this is the devil in the details, depending on how this goes ahead, how do you determine low income? How is that process going to work? But I'll defer to staff on that one. Those are my only comments. Comments from members of the public about this?
All right, I support this one too. Yes, $10 is $10. But from what I understand, a lot of apartment buildings have limits on what you're allowed to throw away, so they have to go to someplace else to throw a bag of trash away. I also feel like people that are throwing trash away would be able to, or should, absorb. And should, I know is a big word, but we're trying to discourage trash, encourage recycling. So the more we can press up into the trash, the money into the trash, and lower and make it free for recycling, so that then the trash people are saying, oh man, this trash bags are getting expensive. I guess I better not throw so much stuff away or buy so much stuff, so I throw stuff away. So I am in support of those things. Oh, in terms of how determining low income, I believe that there's a process already. Laura Descharme has a process for determining when somebody can have benefits. There's also the assessors has various programs that determine when somebody is eligible for a tax refund. And here, of course, I'm going to pitch, if you are having trouble paying your taxes, please go see the assessor. There's the exclusion 18 or whatever it's called, chapter 18. And there are ways to reduce your taxes if you can't eat. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to point out, Dean, that it's not just about renters. It's about, obviously, there's a lot of elderly in our community that are also low income, and it's not just about recycling, like I said before. I only have one bin that AHA gives people at Sasham Way, and then we have our small little recycling bin. And I have a toddler, and as you know, toddlers use up a lot of diapers and wipes. And I far too often, I find myself trying to figure out what I'm going to do with my trash, because I do have consideration for the trash man. And sometimes my garbage bags are piled up on top of next to my bin. And it's a way to just like help not have that overflow. It eliminates from animals coming in and, being destructive with our trash. So it goes far beyond just the $10. I've had my middle daughter broke my TV. I don't have the $25 to recycle my broken TV. I had to ask my mom to please help me, and she took it and paid for it in Chelmsford. It shouldn't be that way. I shouldn't have to ask somebody else to come in from another town to do that. So it goes far beyond just a $10 sticker. Yeah, I could afford an extra $10, but I can't afford the overall, which is like $100. So I just wanted to point that out to you.
Thank you. Jim.
This reminds me of the tensions we have in our goals with the property tax system, where we want to both support seniors in particular, as sort of in the lifestyle of being in the life cycle of being in Acton, we often end up with seniors who are in, houses that are large, tax bills that are large, incomes that are small. But we also want to be, protecting those people who have low income of any age. So there's a mix of programs at the property tax level, in our property tax programs. But at the transfer station, the only program is for seniors. This was the first year we're only allowed to pay $10 to get my annual sticker. It's awesome, but I'm not really sure I'm the target audience there. I'm not really sure that, that I needed to pay that much less, but there certainly are seniors who do need that, and there are also low-income people that need that. So I think this is a great thing to take a look at.
Thank you. Okay. Next, to reduce the amount of food waste, this town meeting requests the select board to bring to a future town meeting a change in the bylaw and/or to institute town policy which would require multifamily housing owners to ensure on-site access to composting facilities for renters to use. Madeline.
And again, this has to do with not just my personal opinion, but of others like me. If I would have known how much compost helps our environment, I would have started doing it a long time ago. But I don't have, I just recently started learning about it because of Housing and Climate Justice for Acton. And again, if we are trying to make our town greener, then why not go full notch and teach others on how to do the same thing, whether you're low income or you own your own house. And I just want to remind everybody that even when you're low income, you're still paying taxes through your rent. Also, like I said, if there was a way where we can get people free buckets to do compost and figure out a way where we could take that compost and dump it somewhere where it helps the environment, or try to get a company to come in and pick them up for free or something, I think it would mean a lot of growth in our town. Because it's not just particular to one group of people, it's all of us working together to ensure that we fight climate change. And this is part of how we do it, which is composting.
Thank you. Any comments from the public?
Thanks. I love this idea. The food just melts into the ground. It's wonderful. The worms love it. My garden loves it. My flowers love it. And so the problem that I found, I didn't realize that everybody didn't do it, because a friend of mine who lives in an apartment building said they don't allow it. They don't allow it because the Board of Health says it's garbage. It's not compost. And so we could change that by policy. The Board of Health could vote majority and change that and allow that for all residents as by right. It doesn't always have to be a big plastic container or a bucket that gets taken away by a truck. It can be just a pile in the back that's got a fence around it. And so I urge us to pass this. I urge the Select Board to endorse this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Franny Osmond, 16 Half Moon Hill. I also support this, and one reason is we can get a big bang for our buck when we do things with our multi-unit buildings. That renters comprise about 30% of our town. And this is a big way to make change to do this. And I know from personal experience, it was those junior high kids, I forget what they were, the black gold team or something like that, that finally got me to start composting. So it really just takes some education, as has been said. So I just think it's a really good thing. And I want to comment on this thing of having citizens petitions. For a while we didn't really, and occasionally there would be one, often just by one person. And then we've started to have them. And I was thinking for a while, like, oh no, let's not have citizens petitions, let's always go through committees. But I realized at one of the last town meetings that it really is an opportunity for us to all chat about things and talk about something that we otherwise wouldn't have, rather than just leaving it to be hashed through at a committee. So I'm sort of excited about some of these.
Thank you. Next, be it resolved, this town meeting requests the select board to find a way and/or ways to, sorry.
How's that? I could just project too. I'm curious if other towns have implemented a process for composting. I think once you have compost from multiple people, you don't know what's in it. It is obviously a pest attractor. I'd like to know more detail on the logistics and, as I said earlier, whether other towns have successfully implemented this. What is the cost to the landlords going to be? I'd like to see that kind of detail. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, Article 45. Be it resolved, this town meeting requests the select board to find a way and/or ways to slow the increase in the number of new single-family homes.
I sent him a PDF. Oh, I handed you guys the thing. So this first one is about the quantity of houses. And so by slowing the rate of new single-family homes, there are multiple benefits that we could achieve for effectively free. You know, less carbon footprint, less destruction of land, less traffic, less. Anyway, so this is just to see what other people think. It's been mentioned a couple of times, and that's it. What? What? Yes.
Okay.
So, yes.
Thank you. Comments, questions from the board? Comments and questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you very much. Next. Be it resolved that this town meeting requests the select board to find a way and/or ways to reduce the size of single-family homes.
This is the same thing. Reduce the carbon footprint, reduce the land destruction. So these are different, all three of these are different methods or just topics. So we got quantity, we've got size, and the next one's about odd lots. And so these are, we're just seeing what the tenor of the town is. Is the town sick of all the development or not? You know, just to see what they think. I'd be okay just moving on to the next one.
Questions or comments from members of the board? From the audience? No?
This next one is, you have a picture on your, I gave you a picture, and it is a picture of the Hawks Crest 74 Main Street, where the developer had very odd-shaped lots, you know, basically squiggles and, you know, big, long, skinny pieces that went over here and over here like this, where you basically have to go like this to go on your property, stay on your property line. So an architect said that other towns don't allow this. So I would like to know whether the town meeting voters want us to stop that too. So this is just that same thing, just to get a sense of the town.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you. Questions from members of the board? David?
No question, but I thought we considered this at one point. I don't remember what happened. I remember a minimum width for a lot in a zoning article, but I don't have enough memory to say whether it passed or what it
I
happened.
believe it was a citizen's petition a year or so ago about lots. Tara, can you?
It's all land clearing limits, you mean?
No, there was one about lot sizes and configuration.
I don't know, but the last one I did was too complicated, so I broke it up into 3. That's it, basically. I took feedback from people who just like scratch their head and it's too long, too many sentences and commas, and so I said, all right, let's make it simple. Do you want to limit quantity? Do you want to limit size? Do you want to limit odd-shaped lots? And then we'll just see what they say.
Okay, thank you. Unless there's any comments from the audience on that one?
By the way, just the point is that this is a non-binding, these are all non-binding, and they can be exempted for affordable housing, exempted for, you know, non-gas fired, single-family homes, or it can be exempted anyway. This is just the idea of, do we care to stop the destruction? Thank you. Or slow it.
Thank you. Article 48, non-binding resolution, renters' access to confidential health department inspections.
Hi. So this warrant article is via Housing and Climate Justice for Acton, and the idea started, yes, with my experience, as you all know, and it's not to degrade an entity. It's not to degrade a landlord. It's simply finding a way to create a safety protocol for Acton residents, renters. When a tenant goes to the Board of Health and complains about something being wrong in the apartment, we need to remember that they live in their homes. And sometimes you could go to your landlord and your landlord simply doesn't listen to you, and that affects your health. And that's what happened to me, whether people like it or not. It's a reality, and it affected my son. And my son is now 2.5. He's going to be 3 in June. But the reality is, due to part of the condition from my last unit, the one before the last one, he ended up being in the hospital 6 times. And out of those 6 times, 4 of those visits were week-long stays in the ICU. It is wrong to assume that when somebody goes and calls the Board of Health, that the Board of Health, just because of, how was I told? Sorry, it pisses me off to this day. I try not to, but it's hard because I'm the one that has to watch my son not breathe. But when I went to the offices to file a complaint, and I want you to know that this is not just a particular issue to me, it's happening to other people in town. I was told that they were going to come in and do an inspection. And I was satisfied with that, because that's what needs to happen, is you go in and you do your inspection. If you find your findings, you send those findings to the landlord. And if you don't find a finding, then, there's no need to move forward, right? Because that's what they're there for. That's what the Board of Health was designed for. However, when you have someone from the Board of Health call a landlord because of relationships that they want to keep built, that's not protecting the resident, that's protecting the landlord. And when something in their home is affecting them, that's what you have to abide by. Yes, it's true. There is no bylaw, there is no law that says that they can't, but there isn't no law that says that they can. And by experience, again, as much as people hate it, the reality, it did happen to me, and we have to make it better for all. When I got the call that the Board of Health informed my landlord, and then my landlord called me while I was in the hospital with my son, can you imagine the nerve-wracking experience that I had while I was watching my little boy in tubes on a ventilator? That's not cool. We got to do better. And by doing better, we have to acknowledge that we can't just keep protecting one population and not the other. All we're asking for is that when a report is filed, that no one needs to contact the landlord unless there's findings. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Jim.
So Madeline, so this comes from HCJA, and I see that Mike Gowing's name is on there at the bottom. Will you both be cooperating on creating a presentation for town meeting, or how's that going to work out? It's just confusing. It's wonderful to see you, but it's confusing to me.
Mike couldn't do the presentations due to prior commitments, but we already have a presentation, which I have on my laptop right now. I just found out that we were going to talk today without contacting Lisa, and I apologize for reading my email late, but I already have my slides that HCJA already worked on for this presentation and a summary.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Comments from other members of the board? From the public?
I'm in full support of this, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Non-binding resolution, be it resolved, this town meeting requests the Select Board to ask the Kelly's Corner Steering Committee to review and update the February 4th, 2016 Kelly's Corner Improvement Initiative Plan this year, and to work with the Planning Department to develop an updated draft zoning plan for Kelly's Corner. Penny.
Hi, Franny Osmond. In 2016, the Kelly's Corner Steering Committee brought some zoning issues to town meeting. They didn't pass by a very close vote. It was almost 2/3, so it was a majority, but it didn't pass. And then, as far as I know, it just sort of stopped. We haven't been developing our ideas for what we want as a town to see. The Kelly's Corner report, which looks like this, but it's a big report that came out. This is green when you look at it online. It's the Kelly's Corner Improvement Initiative, and it was based on a lot of Acton 2020 goals. And the idea was to develop Kelly's Corner into a mixed-use town center and transportation hub with a lot of walkability, et cetera. And what's frustrating is that it didn't pass, and then we didn't go back and try to morph it a little bit and bring it back. So it's been 7 years, and we now have all the infrastructure going in, thanks to a lot of funding from the state, and we are seeing improvements. So we'll have good walking, we'll have good bike paths. Hopefully, maybe the traffic will go smoothly through and not be idling. But I'm afraid we're going to be building a sidewalk to nowhere. There's a lot of reasons I care about Kelly's Corner. Even though I have a lot of opinions, I don't want them to enter this. I want it to be just open to the town to talk about, do we want to go back to the Kelly's Corner Steering Committee and say, okay, let's update this plan. Some of those things that have changed are there's great housing that's been built and is being built, including McManus Manor and Tavernier Place. There's been completion of and improvements to bike trails. There's a large parcel owned by Stop and Shop that has been vacant, and right now, apparently, there's a special permit to put in. Has that been applied? Okay, well, I didn't know where I got the information, I just saw it written, that there was a special permit to put in a Stop and Shop and 2 other stores, and I'm afraid we're going to end up with more big parking lots and not the walkability that we wanted. We also have a senior center, which has a 10-year lease, and that lease is up in 2026. And we pay $196,000 a year for those first 10 years. If we renew it for 5 years, that goes up to $227,000 for the next 5 years. And it's way on the edge of town, which fits with something that we have. We have these sort of false decisions we have to make where we say, do you want this? Do you want it here? Do you want it with all these conditions, or do you not? And if the town votes no, then we have nothing. And then if we vote yes, we have all the quirks of what we have. So we had a lovely senior center, but it's way on the end of town, and it's not necessarily the right future. So here we have this big middle of town, and then the last thing that's come up is the MBTA Communities Act, or it's also called 3A, where we have to find 50 acres that's zoned multi-use, multi-unit housing. So for all these reasons, I think it's really important. And what this asks for, this citizen's petition, is that we get going that we asked Kelly's Corner. And again, the reason I had to do this is because I felt sort of helpless as a resident. I would come to this planning board, I'd come to the select board and say before the meeting, I think we should do this. But the words were said and then nothing happens. So that's just sort of a question about how residents can sort of make something start to happen again. So let's start working with Kelly's Corner again.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public?
The Kelly's Corner Committee, you like what's going on at Kelly's Corner, then thank them. Big lots, lots of paving. It's one thing that Franny and I agree on. We should have maybe bought that parcel and we know what to do. We can figure out what to do with it. But anyway, I feel like this is a very expensive project to redo the zoning. We're already doing Powder Mill, Great Road, and we have things languishing like the Rehab Trust, almost a year. It's just getting started. Land clearing limits, just getting started, waiting for volunteers to do something. These are things that we could be spending the money on instead of more zoning for more luxury housing, because that what the committee did was luxury, whatever, market rate condos, 4 stories, hundreds of units on those parcels of unaffordable gas-fired. Anyways, I've talked about false decisions. I think this is a false decision because we don't have to do this. We could be spending the thousands of dollars doing something to meet actual needs for people who are living here right now. That Kelly's Corner thing that lost was not for anything that was actually affordable for people that are on the housing waiting list. Thank you. So I urge you not to recommend this. Sorry, Franny.
Thank you. All right, to my fellow board members, let's work our way through these. Regardless of anything we vote tonight, I believe these will be on the town meeting warrant. We should be prepared for them. So I think I'd like to do 2 things. First, I'd like to go through here and get volunteers from the select board to volunteer to be the contact person for these citizens' petitions. So the first one would be for the non-binding resolution on the sewers. Would anybody like to take that on? We get Jim, Dave, did you?
Yeah, whatever. We could see what other ones are like.
Hey, John.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, there is an item later on this agenda to review, number 13, and there are resident and staff presentations that still haven't been presented. I wondered if the board would consider talking about this as part of number 13, or just as, I don't know if I'm allowed to make those type of suggestions, but just an idea.
I think that's a good idea because this is going to take a while, and thank you for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, let's get the staff out of here so they can charge into work at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're a people person, John. So we'll defer on that on item 8, and we'll go to item 9, discuss uniform signage proposal for the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail.
So Director Corey York is here, but it looks like there are friends in the house, so I'll defer to the chair on this one.
Looks like you're up, Paul.
My name is Paul Malchotti. I live at 2 Shady Lane. I am also a member of the board of directors of the Friends of the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. I'm going to give a little history lesson just to give you some background on what I'm asking for tonight. In 2007, before the Chelmsford-Westford section of the rail trail was converted from rail bed to rail trail, the Friends group sponsored a multi-town meeting to discuss common rules to be used in all towns. And there was an agreement at that meeting, and the signs that went up in Chelmsford and Westford conformed to that agreement. When the Acton section was built, somehow Acton got a different set of signs. We're still not sure the process that did that. And then when the Concord section was built, a third set of signs went up, and recently in Concord, a fourth set of signs went up, apparently by a different governmental organization that didn't like the third set of signs. And we realized some time ago that we would be better off on the rail trail having common signage and common rules. So this past summer, thank you, that's exactly what I was looking for. We realized last summer that it would be good to try and get the towns together and agree on common rules and come up with common rules signage. A meeting was held in mid-September the 15th with representatives from all the towns along the trail. Corey was there, Kristen was there. I'm not sure if Detective Stackhouse was there or not. He may, excuse me? Okay. So there were agreed rules. You can see the list of the 8 rules there. And we, at that time, the facilitator of the meeting sent out a note looking for the towns to go back to their governmental bodies, looking for concurrence with these rules. And that's what I'm coming to you to ask for you for tonight, is concurrence with the rules that Corey and Kristen participated in the meeting to agree to. There's a follow-up meeting on the 23rd of March to talk about the format of the signage once all the towns have had a chance to talk about whether or not they agree with them. And as part of that, the facilitator has asked the participants if there's any other agenda items they want to put on that follow-up discussion. But what I'm here to ask tonight is for you to review, to concur with the work that Corey and Kristen did and agree with those rules, and then we will arrange for the signage to get put together and given to the town DPWs to install.
Okay. Questions, comments from Jim?
Thanks for doing this work. My guess is that we don't have anything particular to offer other than assent. And thanks.
David?
Yes, hi, Paul. Did you say that the Friends are providing the various towns with the signs and the towns just put them up?
Once the multi-town group has agreed on what the sign format will be, the Friends group will pay you to have the signs made and will deliver them to the town DPWs.
Okay. So I think this is great. My only very slight objection is just one of the things that kicked this off for Acton was the woman who got hit on the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail, which I guess you could say was by speed, and I know that speed is on your to-do list, but it was also due to kind of passing too closely and maybe just in general being discourteous. I don't know, and I don't know how you put that in a sign exactly, but I didn't see that in reading through the materials ahead of time, that kind of situation represented in any of the memos produced here and the lists of future discussions. So I don't know if you had anything to say about that. I think that kind of situation needs to be discussed somewhere, right? And there must be a way of succinctly telling people not to, if there's not enough room, to not pass within a foot of someone else.
I wasn't at the meeting, so I can't speak to it, but it was a lengthy meeting. There was a lot of stuff discussed at the meeting that didn't make it into the rules because this is what they agreed to. I think there are some very important topics that need further discussion that the facilitator has suggested that the members of that multi-town committee add some topics to the discussion of the next meeting. including speed and enforcement and courtesy, and how do you deal with that? As I said the last time I was here, it's very difficult to deal with bad actors, but something needs to be done. I don't think I said that strongly enough. I think perhaps I glossed that over. Something occasionally needs to be done with a bad actor, and I don't know what that is. And I don't know that it could be done under traffic enforcement or if it needs a special bylaw. I don't know what the rules are about that. But it's certainly a problem. Even if it happens once a decade, it's a problem.
Fran?
I was disappointed that the Be Nice sign didn't make the list.
I think Emily might know if that was discussed. Emily, did we talk about Be Nice? At the multi-town meeting, did they discuss Be Nice?
Emily Teller, I'm one of the two Westford friends, and I was at that meeting. Yeah, they did talk about that, and they talked about be kind, and they talked about different levels of speed limits or whether to put speed limits up. And a lot of it is about enforcement. You know, John Stackhouse was there saying, we can't enforce any of this, you know, even if you put up speed limits. And there's still ongoing discussion about the speed limits. But as far as the action tonight, you know, you guys have 8 list of rules here. There is some questioning about whether to put the bold ones in one sign and the non-bolded ones in another. So there's a lot of formatting still to go on and what's important. But it's just hard to enforce civility. As you've been discussing tonight with all kinds of interactions, you know, it's hard to do that. I'm not saying that won't happen, but what we're asking tonight, Acton and Chelmsford are the only 2 towns that haven't accepted this report yet because we haven't had time to present it to you. And we're hoping that you will before the 23rd. So, and this is kind of what it might look like. Those are the ones that are on phase 1. But again, the group that's coming together will talk about design and size and those details that you fortunately delegated people to do that too, so you don't have to do that.
Thank you.
So there are advocates for Be Nice. Don't give up on it.
All right, so I guess, Fran?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted some clarification. The group that met, was that Neshoba Regional Greenways or a totally different group of towns talking about signage and bike connections?
This is a group of staff members from each of the towns through which the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail passes.
Okay, so it was a group of staff. Okay, so that's different. The other one is a group of residents. And as Neshoba Regional Greenways has been working, it's been hearing about the standards for signage from the state, that the state is trying to come up with standard signs. But maybe that's just like the style of sign. But I'm just wondering if this fits with any state standards that they're coming up with.
I don't have an answer to that. I'd be guessing if I said anything.
Okay, because I hope it can
I
all be.
apologize for not knowing, but.
Okay, I just hope it all comes, I mean, I definitely think you should just vote this and move on. But I just hope that we get as standard things as we can.
Thank you. All right, so our request for tonight is, you want us to approve this signage, or what exactly would you like from the board?
I'd like your concurrence with the work that Corey and Kristen did and John Stackhouse did at the meeting, that we can put these signs up on the trail in Acton.
Okay, simple enough. I'll entertain a motion. Jim?
I move that we accept the proposed set of 8 rules as written.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, item 10, update on Gardner Field project.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to provide the board with an update. Director York is going to join us in a moment virtually, but I will steal his headline. The project is out to bid, and we're hoping to get bids in on March 22nd, and we just have some final permitting things we're working through. Corey, thank you.
Yes, good evening. Just to give a quick update on the project. We've been working with the Recreation Department, the Friends of the Playground, Water District, and we've recently met with the Conservation Commission. So we've been able to work through a lot of the design issues. We've got a workable plan. We've gone through the stormwater permit review and the conservation permit review. So we've just been trying to balance the needs of the Water District, the Conservation Commission, and the playground group. So I think we're close. So we're hatching out those final details with the stormwater design. But as I heard John talking, we did release the bid, and we've been talking to the playground installers. So our plan is to have bids come in late March, and then be able to get this project moving this spring is our objective. So we've been keeping the playground installers involved in the process, so they understood our timeline and everything that was going on. So if there was anything that red flagged for them, that they could reach out to us. So I think it'll be a good project, and we're looking forward to moving forward as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. So I attended the most recent Conservation Commission hearing on the stormwater issues, and it almost seemed like we were in an impasse. I think the other members of the select board might have been watching that as well. It seems like we're in a situation where we need to take the runoff water from that stormwater detention facility, and it's either going to go in a location that the Conservation Commission feels uncomfortable with, or towards an unused well drilled, I believe, in the 1980s as an exploration well by the Water District that they feel uncomfortable with. So can you give us any insight on how that's going to play out?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting challenge. We are trying to weigh sort of the needs of all these different entities. We had a meeting this morning with the playground group, our engineers, the manager's office was there, so we were talking through some options. I think some of the rationale the Conservation Commission was looking for was some additional data to support the Water District's request, as far as keeping the site right now predominantly drains towards the rear of the site, but there's an isolated wetland. I think some of the prior design versions that we had was proposing the outlet pitching easterly directly onto the Water District land, which they had some concerns relative to water quality and attenuation as it heads towards the potential well site that they have. So we're working on some scenarios, and I know we met with the conservation agent, spoke with him following the meeting. So I think we have some good ideas. We're going to be reaching out to Matt at the Water District to follow up on that, and working with with their experts as far as the drinking water qualities and attenuation of the stormwater recharge. So we're hoping to have a general consensus of our next steps in the next few days, so that we can get this information together and get it to the commission for the follow-up meeting on the 15th. So we have some work to do, but I think we're going in the right direction. Just a matter of pulling all the pieces together.
So, for the edification of the general public, and we're talking about stormwater that might be coming off a playground and a small parking lot into an underground detention leaching galley, as I understand, with a potential for overflow in the 100-year storm? Is that basically what we're talking about here?
That is correct, yeah. We have, as part of the playground design, is the installation of some parking for that area. So we have a subsurface drainage system that will collect that runoff, have some pre-treatment in compliance with the stormwater standards, and then has a subsurface chambers that would infiltrate back in the ground. Based on the design, or any design, even when we have these stormwater chambers, you always want to have an outlet to allow it to discharge in the event that it does get full. As part of our design, there would only be flow out of that pipe during the 100-year design storm, just a little bit coming out. So it's just a matter of how and where do we discharge it, and in a manner that's reasonable to the Conservation Commission as well as reasonable to the water district. So, and then trying to preserve the park as best we can, so we can retain as much of that green space in the rear of the property for use of the park, but also for future events. I know they've wanted the farmers market there, things like that. So trying to find a compromise between sort of those three entities that kind of works for everyone, and kind of hopefully get a compromise that we can move forward on that. So essentially the main question is revolving around where that drain outlet goes and directs the runoff. So that's the piece that we're trying to figure out right now.
So is the original design for the drainage outfall going to the east towards the water district property, that would discharge about, as I understand, about 750 feet away from the exploration well the water district put there in the 1980s?
Correct, yeah, I think that's what Matt was referring to. He was depicting where the well site is.
And that particular well site is about 200 feet from the runoff from the state highway?
I don't know if I know the exact distance, but it is much closer to Mass Ave than the Gardner Field location.
Okay, and I mean, one of the concerns I think we'd all have, if that area ends up becoming an actual well, certainly is salt, sodium runoff. Is there any proposal that you're aware of to routinely do winter maintenance and sand and salt the parking lot that as designed at Gardner Field?
Currently, right now, no. At most, we typically plow, but I think with the concerns that we have at these locations, we likely might not be salting it, just strictly a plowing operation.
Okay, thank you. John?
Thank you. I'm optimistic that we can sort through, we talked about some creative solutions this morning, and I'm optimistic that we can bring those forward. When we were setting the agenda last week, I just wanted to make sure that if there was anything to talk about tonight, that we had the opportunity to discuss it with the board. There isn't a specific ask that I have at this time, other than just making sure that the board is aware of the status and that we're moving forward. And I'm optimistic, and hopefully the experts like Corey and others can help sort out a way to get this thing permitted, so that when we have the bids, our contractor can do the work.
Thank you. Jim?
A couple questions. I assume from looking at the timeline that we've let go of the notion of the farmer's market using Gardner Field this year, right? It's a target possibly for next year?
Yeah, they've already requested to use the area from last year.
Great. And the other question was, I'm thinking like other parks, this is going to be a dawn to dusk operation. And does that mean that we're not planning for large lighting in the field?
That's correct, yes. It was before I got involved in the project, but there was a lot of discussion with the neighbors, so there's no lighting on the park, so it's strictly used till dark. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, David.
Hi, I'm also optimistic that we can figure out a solution here. I mean, even the Conservation Commission has multiple needs that they need to figure out, like recharging the wetlands behind the park, and you know, the main thing that they're dealing with is the prohibition against a structure inside 75 feet. But they do allow a discharge within 75 feet, but this one has a structure. It's just complicated, right? So, but I think all those things can be figured out. And you know, and I think everybody's willing to work on them so that we can figure them out. I do want to say about the farmers market. You know, to me that is a, you know, if for next year that's a, you know, a point of discussion. I think this is a pretty compact area, and I would be pretty concerned myself about trucks tearing up the park when if they have to pull trucks off the parking lot, or you know, are they going to have the people walk on the paved part? Are they going to have the trucks parked on the paved part and the people walk on the grass? You know, I think there are a lot of questions here to be answered before we would allow the farmers market in. And I also think that in the elbow room that they have at the Elm Street location, they've grown into that space, right? And I think it might be hard for them to shrink back down again. But anyway, that's a question for next year.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? No? I guess we're all set. Thank you for the update.
Great, thank you.
John, item 11.
Thank you. Item 11 is sewer commissioner's business, so you can adjust your hats to the sewer commissioner hats that you have. And this is a follow-up on the discussion that we had with the Water District about a year ago about a pilot program where it was going to be discharging to our Adam Street plant. And it was a pilot program that was supposed to last for about 9 months, and we're just past that point. So Matt Mosteller, officially the new director at the Water District, is here to give an update on that. And we also have Jack Troidel from Woodard and Curran oh wow, you actually have a sewer commissioner's hat? Sorry. Very good. Sorry. Jack Troidel from Woodard and Curran is here, who can just talk about some questions that have come up recently about our PFAS sampling program. And we have Ellie Anderson from the finance team if there's any finance questions that come up. So we're fully prepared to have a discussion about this at this hour. Would you like to hear from the Water District about the pilot program first, or an update from Jack Troidel on the PFAS sampling program generally first?
Let's hear the update about PFAS first.
Okay, Jack, please.
Okay. Thanks, John. So as John was mentioning, the Water District did begin that discharge in January of last year. So it's been going on for pretty close to 12 months. And that discharge is about 5,000 gallons a day, or about 4 to 5% of the flow at the wastewater plant. The PFAS sampling began at the wastewater plant in the summer of last year, and we're doing quarterly sampling. We did collect a sample recently, but we don't have that data back, so we only have 2 rounds of data to report. The samples, we did have 1 sample where the influent was a non-detect, but that was more of a lab issue. So I would say that the influent is in that 20 to 30 parts per trillion range, and the effluent is in the close to 20 parts per trillion. So a small amount of that PFAS that comes into the plant is removed in the wastewater sludge. And the sludge concentrations are about 37 to 45 parts per trillion. These values are fairly typical for wastewater. A lot of facilities are just beginning to sample as required in their NIPD's permits. You have a groundwater discharge permit, and Mass DEP doesn't currently require this sampling. And just as a refresher, we are reporting the PFAS 6 data, which is comparable to what you hear on drinking water supply. So the drinking water limit is 20 parts per trillion. There is some ongoing discussion with the US EPA. It was my understanding that they were going to actually give an updated number or some kind of updated requirements this month. So we are expecting to hear that over the next few weeks. But there is an expectation that drinking water limit number probably comes down a little bit. So we'll see what that turns into in the next few months. As a matter of, kind of what's coming in and what's going out of the plant, we are within, normal range for areas that have PFAS in the groundwater. And there was a study on near local streams in eastern Massachusetts, and a lot of the streams are in that 15 to 30 parts per trillion of PFAS. So a lot of what we're seeing in the wastewater is, kind of as expected and similar to a lot of that background data. Another question that has come up is, where does that sludge go from the treatment process? It goes to the Greater Lawrence Sanitary District for processing. So they anaerobically digest it, and they create a reusable biogas that they use for a combined heat and power system at the plant. So there's a bit of reuse there. And then the solids are, I think, dried out and land applied. So kind of reused to the best of its ability. But that's kind of the ultimate disposal for solids. And obviously the wastewater is discharged into the ground.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Could you just repeat for me, after the biogas is collected and there's still some solids, what exactly happens to solids after they've been dried?
So the solids are dried, and they're either used as a landfill cover or they're land applied. And that's all driven by the GLSD and I guess how they're using it. So that's Acton hauls 2 to 3 loads of sludge to the Greater Lawrence Sanitary District every month for disposal.
Okay, thank you. Questions of Jack from other members of the board? Jim.
Let's see, can we get sent to us the complete set of readings? I think what you mentioned was sort of the averages, and there was some issue with the influent measurement. Was that a non-detect both times?
Yeah, sorry. So the first data point in August was 29.38 for the data, or for the influent. And then on November, it's non-detect, but I think it's going to be in that 20 to 30 range. But because there were some solids in the wastewater, they had to raise their detection limits. So even though it's non-detect, that's not, it wasn't, we can't say that it was really low. We just know it was below what they can detect, which is kind of also a reminder that, a lot of these numbers are at the detection limits and the thresholds for sampling. And then when we try to sample wastewater, there's a newer methodology for sampling wastewater to get more accurate results. So some of this is a bit of a work in progress. I don't remember how many weeks ago we collected the 3rd sample, but we're still waiting on that through the lab. So a lot of the labs are backed up because a lot of the wastewater NIPD's permits have started requiring it literally in the last month or so. So they're seeing a lot more demand.
And what do we know about how to characterize the PFAS in the 5,000 gallons a day that we're getting from the water district?
I think the water district had has sampled that. I don't have that data right in front of me, but
Okay.
I
Well, we
think
can
it's
ask Matt.
around, sorry?
We can ask Matt, that's fine.
There you go.
And the last question was, you used one of these acronyms, and maybe you could spell it out for me. NIPTs? NIFTs?
So, yeah, the NIPTs are the US EPA, it's for a surface water discharge permit. They're the only permits that require PFAS sampling. So wastewater treatment plants either have to discharge to groundwater or surface water. So if you discharge to surface water, in those permits, they're requiring PFAS sampling. So that's a little bit ahead of what Mass DEP is requiring for the groundwater discharge permits. So groundwater discharge permits, you don't have to sample for PFAS. We anticipate that that's coming, but that's not currently there.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? The public, Tara?
Yes, I have a question again about the, whatever the dried stuff was. And the reason I'm asking is because I watched a documentary about the solids, the dried solids from Manhattan sewer system was being packaged as fertilizer for McDonald's and other food manufacturers, I guess they're called now. And so I would like to know what you mean by land applied. I have another follow-up question, but land applied, what can you clarify what that means?
I mean, land applied would be exactly what it states. I don't know exactly where or how GLSD is disposing of that sludge, but I know they're using it for landfill cover or it's land applied. I guess I can expand on that a little bit more, that wastewater sludge disposal is becoming more challenging with PFAS. The state of Maine right now is currently kind of experiencing a crisis because they've limited the disposal methods, and then their single disposal method has an issue right now. So it's definitely a thing we're monitoring and trying to make sure we have solutions for a lot of our clients. But over the next year or so, we do see a lot of sludge disposal costs increasing to account for some of the limited means of what can be done with it.
Thank you. And
just an example is some facilities that have incinerators, that does cleanse the PFAS. It removes the majority of the PFAS from the sludge when it's burned. But for instance, Maine has banned incineration of solids. So that's not a disposal method for them.
Thank you.
I think we're learning a lot from what's happening there, and we'll see how that impacts our industry here in the next year or two.
Thanks, because it's all full of PFAS and pharmaceuticals and. So leaching into the ground just affects somebody else's drinking water. I'd rather drink our own, in a sense, as opposed to having somebody else have to drink it. But I have little trust in the feds because they are controlled by large corporations, and the same regulating agencies thought PFAS was fine. Thank you. And I'm curious to hear what Kim says. I have a lot of faith in her work and research. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the public? Kim.
Yes, I'm Kim Castens from Pope Road. And thank you, Jack, for your report to us. I would really encourage you to dig deeper into what is happening to our sludge, reminding us all that Lawrence is an environmental justice community, and we want to be careful that we're not sending our pollution that we don't want to have in our town to their town to be spread out on their land and sneak into their groundwater. I had another question. So I have the PFAS data from the influent and the effluent, and I also have the Acton Water District PFAS values that were taken in the end of July and the middle of August, sort of right before and after your August sampling. And I know this is only one data point, it's not a lot to draw conclusions from, but the PFAS level in the influent coming into the plant was higher than the PFAS value in the Acton Water District being served at that interval of time. So that suggests that people in Acton are putting additional PFAS into their wastewater, as for example, from personal care products or from their cookware or from washing clothes with water repellent surfaces in their washing machine. And I'm wondering if there's any way that you can extract any kind of fingerprint from the nature of the full distribution of different PFAS types that you get to make any kind of inferences about where that additional PFAS is coming from.
Yeah, we haven't investigated it in that level of detail of looking at the fingerprint there. But I'm a little disappointed that I don't have that third round of data because that was going to shed some more light on the upstream wastewater from the majority of the town that's not influenced from the water district discharge. So that next quarterly data will give us a better insight on what that looks like.
Yeah.
But you're right, there was PFAS in a lot of different things in all of our households, and that some of that could be a source.
So I'm really glad that you're going to be sampling quarterly, and I wonder if you're planning to coordinate your sampling with the Acton Water District quarterly, so timing of their sampling, so that you've got the amount of PFAS coming in from the tap water to compare in the same time slice as the water district sampling.
We haven't coordinated it. I think that we could look into that. A lot of times it's more interesting because we have to be careful that we account for the time of travel from what comes from a different source like that to when it goes into the plant, and then also when it leaves the plant. So there is, a certain amount of detention time through the plant. But yeah, we could look into see if that makes sense to line up the samples.
And you mentioned that at present it's only the wastewater treatment plants that have surface discharge that are required to sample for PFAS, but that you're expecting that down the road will come a requirement to sample for PFAS for water districts. I mean, wastewater treatment plants that have groundwater, rapid infiltration beds.
Yeah, correct.
Then following that, one presumes that eventually there might be regulation about releasing PFAS into the wastewater stream, into the effluent. What would be involved? Do you foresee that coming, and what might that be involved? Is their capacity to treat at that level, and how much does that cost?
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation in that answer. We really don't know. That's something we've been looking at and trying to track it for the last year or so. The one point I do have is I think removing it at the source is always going to be the less expensive alternative. So removing it at the end of the wastewater plant is going to be substantially more expensive than trying to get it out of the drinking water altogether. But I think before we see any wastewater limits coming out, I think there's going to be that update for the drinking water number. So I think that's going to be first, and then we'll see how it goes and figure that out. But I think right now there's a lot of sampling that's being reviewed and understood and trying to figure out the best approach. But as I had mentioned before, though, when you look at all the nearby streams, the Assabet, upstream and downstream of the wastewater facilities, the stream's already, above our concentrations for a lot of the time. So I think that's it's what is the cost worth it to try to remove all of the PFAS, knowing that it's in the groundwater and the surface water.
Yeah.
But we'll certainly see where that goes over the next year or two. Sorry, so the drinking water is certainly, coming, I think, very soon. And then the biosolids, the sludge is kind of the next piece. And then also, as you said, the wastewater discharge limit at some point.
Thank you.
Hey, any other questions? Oh, Matt, I believe we have one person wishing to speak from online.
We do, Mr. Chair. Richard Kelleher. Richard, you should be able to speak.
Hello, thank you. I'm concerned that with all these issues with PFAS, that the town hasn't looked into the really long-range prognosis. In other words, I'm afraid that, we don't know if we are going to be able to dispose of it, as we just talked about. We don't know if what the feds are going to do in terms of the tightness of the standards, and it seems to be getting worse. We don't know whether we want to even maybe go further than the minimum requirements, because it's our health. And, I have a sense that the feds are, they're reacting because they have to do something, but I'm not sure it's enough to make us really safe. I'm not, maybe I'm being overly cautious, but there's so many unknowns in this whole issue. And I'm wondering if I had heard rumors that we were thinking of perhaps joining MWRA because there's apparently no PFAS, or I can't imagine no PFAS, but very little PFAS in their water. Of course, that may not stay that way forever. So I just wonder if there's a long-range plan for the water district to deal with the worst eventualities that might happen and to be prepared. Thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you, Richard. I think, that this is getting a bit far afield, and a lot of these questions are really going to have to be dealt with by the Acton Water District. John, I think we've got Matt Mosteller.
Yeah, I believe
available.
I believe so. Oh, there he is.
Good evening, folks. Thanks for having me. Dean, I agree. We are getting a little far afield. Just as a reminder, before I kind of share how our pilot program has gone, PFAS is much bigger than Acton. So when we start talking about long-term ramifications, this is not unique to Acton. So I'll just remind folks of that. Whatever problems that we're up against right now are being multiplied throughout the country. So I just want to share that. I also just want to confirm some of the things Jack said. Lab capacity, lab quality issues are very real. We struggle with that every day. So when we talk about PFAS levels at the part per trillion level, there is a lot of room for error in those numbers. So anything that we do talk about may not be all that meaningful. So since last year about this time, we did start discharging our cleaning waste from the water treatment plant located off of Powder Mill Road or behind Powder Mill Plaza. We have seen about a 2 part per trillion reduction in the PFAS concentrations in our plant during that time period. Some folks may say 2 parts per trillion, that's not really meaningful. I'm here to tell you that it has meant the difference between supplying 80% of the community with compliant water versus not supplying the community with any compliant water. So we feel that this pilot of discharging to the wastewater system has been effective. We've very much appreciated the town allowing us to do that. And we've very much appreciated working with the treatment plant operators at the wastewater plant to meet their needs during times of high flow. And we would like to be able to continue this relationship of discharging and working with the operations staff until we can get a PFAS treatment system in place at our plant. One of the questions that I believe came up was what kind of concentrations are we discharging from our plant into the wastewater plant or into the sewer collection system? On average, we see about 15 parts per trillion. So sometimes that number's been higher, sometimes it's been lower, but on average, we've been seeing about a 15 part per trillion discharge to the sewer. Certainly, we look forward to seeing additional wastewater data as it's generated. The final thing that I will just say, in terms of sources in the wastewater system, again, we're putting out about 17 parts per trillion in the drinking water based on some of the influent numbers. I think Kim brought it up. We certainly are seeing higher numbers coming back to the treatment plant through the wastewater collection system, and it goes beyond some of the items that Kim rattled off that may contain PFAS. Floor waxes are a huge contributor to PFAS, so any commercial or institutional building that's using floor wax may be a contributor. I just saw this week that toilet paper is in and of itself a source of PFAS. So there's a lot of factors going on there that we all as a society need to be thinking about. I'll open it up for questions if Jack or the board or the public has anything they'd like to hear more about.
David.
Thank you, Matt. Just to confirm, before you were discharging this pre-treatment water, or what, I'm not sure what you would call it, you used to do ground infiltration, is that correct? And you were concerned that the PFAS would make its way back into the well. Is that correct?
Yep. So prior to discharging to the plant, some of our waste was going to the sewer, but a majority of it was going to an on-site infiltration basin that was just about 500 feet from one of our wellheads.
Okay, and did I also hear you say that once you add PFAS treatment to the drinking water, that the need for discharging into the wastewater system would end?
That theoretically would be the plan. So if we can treat at the source, we wouldn't be as concerned about what was coming in our raw water. Although by the time that happens, our groundwater discharge could potentially have some regulations on it as well.
Well, then ours would as well. So it's whoever discharges into the ground. So I'm in favor of this arrangement. I think it's a good arrangement, but I do think that we have to discuss the cost for the amount of water discharged. But other than that, I'm supportive of this in concept, and I'm kind of incredulous in some ways that the EPA is dealing with the PFAS as an afterthought, and somebody or a couple people have alluded to this, that rather than removing, making it not legal to have PFAS in cleaning products or clothing or cookware or toilet paper. I really don't understand why that is still allowed, and we're working on countrywide dealing with a PFAS problem.
Jim.
Can you remind me what rate was negotiated for for this discharge into our plant, and what the status of payment is?
So that's a good question, Jim, and that's something that the town manager and I have been having a discussion around. It does appear that for a while during the last calendar year, we were, not being billed for the increased flow. It does appear that sometime around October, we started to catch up on that, but that's an ongoing conversation. I do know that we're being charged, I believe, the highest rate that the sewer district maintains. But I think there's been some question as to the volume that's being charged.
Thanks. So that's probably the industrial rate, or, yeah, okay. And there's been some problem with billing, but now that's being caught up on, or what? Are you going to be, is the town able to bill you for the stuff from before October?
So
maybe that's a John question.
Yeah, so as you know, I spoke with Matt yesterday or sometime earlier this month about this question, and I'm looking at our rate structure. Maybe Ellie, you can confirm this, but I see 3 rates: residential, commercial, and school. And there is no industrial rate, and I thought that industrial rates weren't created because industrial flow wasn't anticipated or allowed. But I think this is being charged, I believe, the residential or the commercial?
Yeah, so it's being charged at the commercial rate, just like any other commercial customer. My understanding is that at the beginning, when the South Acton water treatment plant was coming online, there was some discussion about creating an industrial rate to accommodate their connection, but I think it was ultimately decided to charge them at the commercial rate, the same as any other type of facility.
Yeah, and I will just say one thing about what we are discharging. It's effectively drinking water. It doesn't have a lot of solids to it. Originally, the sewer connection to our plant was actually to dispose of solids that we were taking out of the drinking water. That actually hasn't occurred other than to test the process. So we're essentially giving you a pretty clear, solids-free product into the sewer system.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, could I follow up?
Yep. Okay.
Our discharge limits are about, water. It doesn't matter whether it's, dirty or not, it's all cleaned up by the time it gets discharged. So I am concerned about the, 5,000 gallons a day against our discharge limits. I remember those cool charts we got from Jack that showed all the different, the different things that were getting us close to our limit. And if we added a bar for that discharge, it seems like things would be really pushed up against, what we're allowed to do. So, so I'm looking forward to more analysis and more recommendations from staff on whether we should continue this, because I am concerned about the impact on, as other users come online, when do we hit a danger point? Thanks.
Thank you. John, do you want to comment on that?
Well, in terms of the status of the pilot, and I think that given the constraints that we're concerned with are not, they're coming, but they're not here today, and that this arrangement is a pilot, I think that the staff would be comfortable with some extension of that pilot, with the understanding that it's to be discussed again and evaluated to determine whether it makes sense to continue. And, maybe if the district has its system in place, it won't be necessary, maybe it will. But those are all things that a pilot allows us to continue to explore. I am concerned about the billing, but I'm also confident that we can figure that out. So is there anything else on the operational impacts of this that we were worried about other than just the cost?
David?
I have one follow-up question, Matt. I know that now in the correct me if I'm wrong, this is just my understanding, you're working on adding PFAS treatment to the central Acton plant. if I'm not mistaken. Is there also work scheduled for the South Acton plant for PFAS treatment?
So right now, we actually just opened bids for a treatment system for PFAS at our North Acton facility. We just completed, shortly after the new year, a test of filtration technologies for the Acton Center plant, and we completed that same testing over the fall for the South Acton plant. So those have not gone to design. We're still awaiting the reports from our engineer for those two facilities, but we will be asking voters to support systems at those other two locations, and then the presumption would be over the next 2+ years, we would design and construct those if we get voter approval.
Thank you. Again, I think it makes sense to continue this at the commercial rate, but I would like to see a regular check-in, every 6 months or something. We revisit whether it's still in mutual interest to continue doing this, and to check up when PFAS treatment might be added to the South Acton plant, and what the current, various levels were. I think it's worth revisiting from time to time.
Yeah, I'll concur with David. I think, a couple of things. Understand that, this cannot be the ultimate solution. Eventually, as the needs in the town increase for flow, the water district is in some danger of basically being kicked out of the plant just because we can't accommodate you any longer. And then I think the other thing that's really important, certainly to all the users of the system, is we need to get current on those payments. So I think, and also I think probably a 6-month check-in, maybe sometime in the Labor Day time period might be a good time to kind of put a placeholder in there to think about reviewing this. By that time, I'm sure we'll also have some more updated data from the PFAS testing at the wastewater treatment plant as well. So give us another couple of data points to work on. Comments from the public?
Yes, just 2 questions and then a short comment. The 15 parts per trillion being put into the sewer, does the commercial rate differ depending on how much pollution in effect you're putting down the drain? I was kind of never thought about it before. Should we be charging different for different types of pollution that's going in? And I guess that's not a question. I don't need an answer for that. But there was a comment that I thought I wrote down exactly as it was said, and it was about the meeting their needs at the sewer. So the Acton Water District is doing something to meet their needs. Did I get that right? Is there some kind of thing that Acton Water District is doing to meet the sewer system's needs?
So, that comment was around periods of high flow, or if there were operational constraints at with the wastewater facility. They would call us and they would say, hey, if you're discharging, can you stop, or can you put it off for some time period?
Got it, thank you. And then the last was just a comment about MWRA. The plans that I've seen are, 10, 15 years in advance, and I don't want to drink PFAS in the meantime. I'm perfectly happy to invest in plant so that we can control the quality of our water locally. Thank you.
Thank you. John, do you have anything more to add, or are we pretty well done with this?
No, I think the status of the pilot was that it's still going on, and if the board's comfortable or the sewer commission's comfortable with that, then we'll keep rolling with that and come back if there's any issues in the meantime, and if not, six months from now or so.
Okay, seems like you've got folks nodding assent, so I think we're good.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you,
Matt.
Comment.
Oh,
Hey,
Jim.
Matt, congratulations on your promotion to district director.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, looking at our agenda, I'd like to move item 14 up, slightly out of order. so that we can let Matt Liebman try to get some night's sleep. Item 14, discuss request for reimbursement for a building permit application from Matthew Liebman, 27 Tuttle Drive. John, do you want to start off, or you want?
Sure. So, for fee permit requests, fee permit refund requests are something that happens in the building department 3 or 4 or 5 times a year. And a lot of times when the building counter staff say, yeah, you just need to fill out this form, the person says, nah, never mind, or whatever. So the board sees not as many as are asked for downstairs, but in some cases like the one before you, or that we brought to the board last week, the information is presented and the request is brought forward. The request here was to refund a building permit for $221, and part of the rationale was that a subsequent permit was paid for, which was another $105 or $106. And the recommendation that was on the consent agenda last week was for the first permit to be refunded at the amount of 50%, which would have, in the end, made the total permit fee paid to be slightly less than the original, around 200 and, less than the original. I'm sorry, my math's going. So that was held off of the consent for more information. I'm not sure what more information that the board would like from me. I can tell you that from a staff standpoint, if the goal of fees is to reflect the staff time utilized to process the permit, I can assure you that more than $326 in staff time was utilized to support the applicant and his contractor and various other components of this project. So that's the information that I have related to this.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
I wanted to add a little extra context, too, from looking at previous requests that had shown up to the board. So let's see. John, I know I sent this to your office, but I think it ended up not in the packet. Is that right?
Yeah, you sent me a handful of past requests, but I believe there are more than that. So yeah. It wasn't something that I was ready to research and say is official. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll just summarize here, and then we can put it in the extra information area where we typically put stuff that's after the meeting or too late to get in the packet. So 4 of the most recent building permit fee fund requests, the first 3 were all done, they were all on consent and they went through. There were things like the customer filled out and paid a permit fee, the electrician came in and filled out another permit and paid a second fee, and the request was to refund one of the fees. Another one that just went through on consent was the customer filled out a permit and paid a fee. The building commissioner did a little bit of analysis and told them about extra work that would be needed to be code compliant. The customer decided not to do the work and asked for a refund. That request was approved as a consent item. Now, these are back in 2017, 2016, both in 2017 with a different building commissioner. The more recent one, we had 2, one that went through and one that got stopped. The one that got stopped, we didn't actually say no. What we said was, we're not going to take any action on this. And I think that what came out of that was that we don't really have good guidance on when to provide refunds and when not to, and when to provide partial refunds. We know some of the factors sort of intuitively, but we did. So I think tonight we can either, if we come to an easy and quick decision about, this 50% refund or something, we can do that. But I think it does call for a future, maybe some recommendations from staff or guidance to us that we can review about the general concept of giving permit refunds. The other thing that came up in talking with Matt was there were a lot of concerns about staff either presenting information that was confusing or not getting back to Matt. So there was a certain amount of, sort of a feeling of being misled and a feeling of being not used well. And I encouraged Matt not to go into that too deeply at a big public meeting like this, but instead I asked John if Matt and staff could sit down, I'd be happy to be there to just sort of go over the miscommunications and possibly learn from them. So that's something that John was very open to, which I really appreciate. So there may be some other, so I think that's one of the two follow-ups that might happen here. There'll be a follow-up meeting with staff, and there'll be, I hope, if the board approves of this concept, of some conversations about what are general guidelines so that we can make these decisions with less pain. Thank you.
David.
Yeah, I don't believe in, in refunding the permits. I mean, this is how, what we used to fund the building department, and whether somebody decides to build or not, some of that money is already expended by the building department. And I think, taking someone's time to do an analysis to say, well, maybe we didn't spend 30%, or maybe we didn't spend 50%, or maybe we didn't spend 60%, that's not worthwhile. I mean, I think it's not a reasonable expectation that you get back part of your permit fee if something doesn't go through. I mean, I just don't see that it takes too much time. Some of the others that I have been involved with, I mean, some of the ones you mentioned were before any of us were on the board, that I've been involved with is where we allowed a mistake to happen, like we allowed dual payment. Okay, that's different than this, right? If we allow someone to pay their electrical upgrade permit twice, you shouldn't have allowed them to pay it twice, right? That's different, right? So we give them back one that they shouldn't have had to pay for. It's like being double charged on your credit card. Of course, you're going to get one back. This is not that. And I don't think that we should be, nickel and diming the building department to get, small amounts of money back.
Fran.
I think I have a question for John. I think this is for you. What is the policy or protocol, or because it's nagging at me that we did give some refunds back at some point and then are saying no, not for this one. I think moving forward we have to come up with a plan that it's just like no refunds, period.
It says that on the application.
Oh, okay.
It says they're non-refundable. It says it right on the application. And I think the process that we would develop in their rare circumstances where there is a clerical mistake or other circumstances that warrant the consideration for a fee waiver, it's not something that I can do. It's not something the building commissioner do. It has to go to this board to say, there's been a request for a refund, and here's some information about it. This is our thoughts on it. What do you think? And that's what we did in this case. And that's where we are.
Matt, please come forward.
Thank you for the opportunity at this late time. Thank you, Jim, for characterizing the situation. And in the last week, since I found out about that we were going to be on the docket, found out a little bit more information. And the headline is that I accept this 50% refund because that's fair, and that's exactly what I was expecting. The information, the scenario that I think Jim mentioned about one of the refunds where somebody was charged twice for the same project is very similar to this. That's how I feel that this was. A little bit of background, and you probably saw in your packet that all the information was submitted by me in my building permit application. And I felt like, for whatever reason, the town was stonewalling, slow walking, whatever, asking for more information. And it was frustrating to me as a town resident. It wasn't until my contractor got involved. He said, Matt, let me take care of this. He submitted the exact same information. He got a building permit in 3 days, and he had to pay as you mentioned, about $106. So that's approximately 50% of what I paid, and that's my goal in this situation was to make sure that my contractor not pay. I don't have any control over that, but my goal was that he not pay because I'd already paid. And so this is equivalent to that. So I accept this 50% refund, and I think at this late hour, I think that's what we should all agree on. So I think that's a fair decision. Oh, and the fact that there was a precedent, even though it was only before the previous building commissioner, I think that tells you a lot too. Thank you.
Thank you. So my recollection is that the recommendation from our building commissioner was a 50% refund.
No, he said if you're going to refund it, please note. He said I don't recommend a refund. He said if you do end up refunding it, just know that we spent I think 65% of the time, which I just made the math easier. If we were going to go against them either way, I just wanted to have the easier math and said 50%. So that's my recommendation, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion from any member of the board. Jim.
Oh, let's try recommending a 50% rebate on that, on the original permit fee.
Thank you. Can I get a second on that? Okay, can't get a second on it. Someone like to propose a separate motion? I'll defer to Jim. You're closer.
The thing we did with the last time was we voted to take no action in the hopes that someday we'd have a policy that would help us clarify these cases. And I think that's a fine next step is to take no action with the thought that we might reconsider this someday if we had a policy.
Thank you. Can I get a second on that?
Sure, I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded to take no action on this request. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to take no action, please say aye.
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 Nay? Abstention? 1. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're back on to the discussion of the citizen petitions. They said what I'd like to do first is assign a select board member to each one of these. So I'll accept volunteers. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's get these warrant articles done. The sewer commissioner citizen petition. Anybody volunteer for that? I'll give it to David. Anti-bias training.
I'll volunteer.
Code of conduct.
You say we're, I'll volunteer for that too.
Okay. Transfer sticker price reduction for low-income residents.
And the next one too.
Okay. Fran gets transfer and composting. Slow increase of new single-family homes. Jim. Okay, non-binding resolution regarding health inspections. Okay, Fran. And Kelly's Corner Improvement Initiative.
I'd rather have somebody that wasn't running for re-election.
Looks like David. All right.
There's a handful of others that we didn't assign, or at least one. The number 38 we haven't assigned.
Number 38. Okay, ranked choice voting. Good, we've got Jim. Do we have any others?
And maybe that is the only one. I thought I saw another blank, but no, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess the next step is is the board ready to come up with a recommendation on these, or would you prefer to defer until our next meeting?
Sorry.
I think it's going to be a long one because we've got the Discovery Way.
But no public comment, just us deliberation.
Yeah, we can talk a lot, though.
Yes, we can.
What else do you have? What's the wishes of the board? Do you want to think about these some more, or do you want to make a recommendation tonight?
Well, whatever your call, whatever I'm trying.
I mean, I'm tired, but I think I would probably make the same choices now as I would, in a couple of weeks. So either way.
Okay, let's go for it. We'll do our recommendations, get them out of the way.
May I ask just one question first?
Sure.
Do we have all the final text of everything? I mean, I have to say that I read the warrant before the last meeting. I have not read it again between the last meeting and this one. And my only concern about making recommendations is whether I have the current info.
Jim?
The nice thing about dealing with the non-binding resolutions is we do have all the language and it's all finalized. So going through those, we definitely have final language.
Oh, we could do those today.
Yeah, that's all I'm planning on doing.
Oh, I see, and then do
Yeah.
the rest next meeting?
Yeah, I'm just going to get...
Fine.
Let me get these done.
I'm sorry, my misunderstanding. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, the sewer commissioner citizens petition. I'll entertain a motion.
Oh, sure, I'll move to support that.
Okay, Jim moves to support. We have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Nay. Abstentions?
I'm going to abstain.
Abstention. So we've got a 3-1-1. So it will go on as recommended by the select board. Anti-bias training. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll move to recommend it
Move to
as a select board recommendation.
Okay,
Second.
moved and seconded. The discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, aye. Abstention, 0. So, 4-1 will go as recommended. Item 42, Code of Conduct. Entertain a motion?
I'll move to recommend.
Second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay? Abstentions? 0. Go in as recommended. Transfer sticker price. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to recommend.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Yes, please.
Sorry, to me, this one is odd because there already are discount prices for seniors and recycling. And so I'm going to abstain from this just because I think this isn't specific enough to support. I mean, I'm happy to hear what town meeting has to say and consider another class of people that gets a discount. But I just think it's, we already have some programs in place which cover some of which the proponent talked about. Maybe not everything, but maybe 2/3 of what she talked about already is in place. So anyway.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay. Abstention?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, it'll go in as recommended. Composting facilities. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to recommend.
Okay. I get a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Yes.
This is actually just a general question, and I should know this better, so I apologize. But in terms of the infrastructure required for like a composting facility, I know one of the residents mentioned just like doing research into like what other towns have done. And so I think that'll be important. But yeah, just trying to find a way to make it work logistically, because I know that composting facilities do require a pretty heavy initial investment and also regular maintenance to make sure that it's functioning. So something to think about just from a logistics standpoint, but I do think that this also does align with some of our sustainability efforts, our climate action plan. So I think it's kind of well within that.
Okay, Jim.
Something that other towns have done is required their trash haulers to offer pickup composting. Not everyone has to buy into that, but if it's offered for an apartment complex, we could, there could be ways of putting thumbs on the scale to make sure that happens. And that would be, to me, a good potential outcome of a strong vote on this at town meeting. Just because, yeah, exactly, composting facilities are tricky to do well. And, folks like Black Earth Composting are providing that for people who go to the transfer station already. But for some people, getting the stuff there is a burden. So having a pickup system is very helpful.
That's...
Imogen.
Sorry, not to make it long, but no, that makes sense. But I know that here it specifically says to ensure on-site access, and so I wonder with the current language if it would require us to have
Well, I think,
It's non-binding, so we can take the sense of it and do with it what we think is sensible. And we would have the strength of the vote to help us understand how much people care about it.
Sounds good to me.
we really, at this point, we cannot change the wording of the petition. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay. Abstentions? Okay, the winner is recommended. Slow increase of new single-family homes. Get a motion?
Sure, I'll move to recommend.
Get a second?
I'll second it just to hear the vote.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion? Jim?
To me, all three of these are in line with goals of our comprehensive community plan, which talked about reducing the growth and size of single-family houses and, encouraging instead, more concentrated growth in existing built areas and multifamily housing. So I think this is sort of a missing piece of how to implement our comprehensive plan. Not that I have any particular good idea about how to implement these things.
Okay, further, David.
So I just, sorry, a little bit more discussion. So the only way for us to implement something like this is through zoning, right? I don't think is there another mechanism?
Yeah, you can have plain old bylaws that aren't zoning bylaws that, restrict things. You can also do other things other bylaws can indirectly reduce the number of single-family homes, such as, adding additional requirements. But yeah, it could be done either zoning or through a bylaw, a regular bylaw.
Okay, further comments? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
I think I've lost it here. I'll do a roll call here. David? Abstain?
Aye.
I'll vote no.
Okay.
So
that's 2-2-0, 2-2-1. So then it's 2-2 or 2-1?
It's yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, okay, great.
okay, we're going as recommended. Resolve to reduce the size of single-family homes. Get a motion?
Oh, I've moved to recommend.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion?
An example of what does this indirectly is, for example, the new stretch code, which has more stringent regulations for houses over 4,000 square feet, so it discourages larger homes.
David?
From my sense is that the reducing size is actually more supported by residents from conversations I have. So, I think some people are specifically not very happy with huge houses. It actually adds to income disparity, and it takes up a lot of land for 3 people living there, and all sorts of things.
Okay, to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, aye. Abstentions, and go in as recommended. Odd-shaped lots.
I'll move to recommend.
A second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
This has been done successfully in other towns. I think it's a fine model to follow.
Okay, take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, aye. Abstentions. Okay, Health Department inspections. Hear a motion?
Move to recommend.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? David?
So I read the text, this, I don't know how many times. It's not even clear to me exactly what's asked for here. The fact that it's non-binding, I guess, makes it okay. I think I understand the sense of what's being asked for, but it's very, very difficult to discern, to me anyway, what's being asked for. I think people are just asking to know when there is a health problem in their building, kind of thing. So it could have been one of those one-sentence ones like we had for all the other ones. But this one is very odd to me, again, because it's very specific in a lot of things. It quotes a section of Mass Health Code, and, I mean, I understand the sentiment. I probably will, I haven't even decided, probably will vote for recommending this, but there's too much detail in this. I don't want to take my positive recommendation as endorsing the whole language here, because I think what's intended is, again, some sentiment. And I don't agree with some of the language. And a lot of the language, I can't say what we're endorsing. But anyway, I kind of have to go with, and ask town meeting to go with, some understanding of the language not written. So that's difficult, I think.
Okay. Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Aye. Abstentions? 0. Go and recommended. Article 49, Kelly's Corner Improvement Initiative.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Nay. Abstentions? 0. Okay. Done with those. Approved film permit. John?
So this is something that we discussed briefly at the last meeting, which was last week, and we added more information to the packet to show exactly what we're proposing. If you saw that information, it's a set fee structure that I think it was $250 for a big production, $150 for a small production, 0 for a student production, and there were other things in there that I hope you reviewed, and I hope you support this. Julie worked hard on it. One of the many things she's doing to try to create some vitality in not just businesses, but in the arts in this community.
Okay, thank you. David?
So I think the memo, most recent memo from Julie also said, I thought it still left as an open question whether it was a daily or a one-time rate. Do you have an answer to that? Or do we have to recommend something here in our discussions?
It's hold on.
Because it makes a huge difference in the cost. I mean, if we take something like Labor Day, what were they here, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks?
$3.6 is the latest menu. It's to charge a flat fee for the entire production rather than per day to reduce the regulatory and fee burden on the creative economy. So yes, so it's a single fee.
Fine, thank you.
Okay. Jim?
The only part of this that I had a hesitation with was the recommendation number 3 for the fees to be put into a fund specifically to support the programs of economic development. The problem I have with that is that fees are designed by law to cover the costs of services, so the notion that there would be extra money left over to support other things, I think is not consistent with the intent of the fee system. So I think I think just having them go into the general fund is fine, and that general fund should also be paying for the costs of, supporting the permits.
Okay, discussion? David?
I would just say whoever makes a motion should add what Jim just said.
Okay, let's backtrack here. Do we have a motion that we're dealing with? And is this, okay, construct one, please.
Because Julie's written this out really well. So I'm going to combine 3 out of 4 of these. So I would move that we charge a flat fee for an entire production, and that we charge larger production companies a larger fee according to the schedule shown here. And that's it. That covers it. The fees, as usual, go into the general fund.
Well, I'm not comfortable with that, frankly, because I view this as more equivalent to building permits, wetlands permits, and that sort of thing, which go to support directly the efforts of the departments. Financing a great deal of our conservation operation off wetlands filings fees. We are taking revenue from our landfill solar project, and we're putting that directly into an energy efficiency fund, which we're using other places. I think, certainly building permits, electrical permits, I think none of these fees are excessive. It's not like there's some windfall of $250 for a single fee, and I just think that it's appropriate that we have that money to directly support those operations without going into the general fund, which then gets divvied up, and eventually 2/3 of it ends up going to the school district, who have incurred absolutely no cost of this. So I would oppose your motion.
Okay. I'm happy to amend it. I'm no expert on, finance here. Just that the fees go, oh, sorry, maybe John has a comment on this.
I guess if you're considering changing and trying to incorporate item number 3, I would recommend that your motion be explore the feasibility of doing that, because it's not something that we can just do without creating a whole new thing. So I think that I appreciate the board's, maybe if the board supports it, doing something like this, but have the motion not say that it's going to go there, but identify a way for that to happen. Ask us to do it, but not say that it's happening. As you stated, fees do have to go to the general fund unless there's another specific place for them to be. We have authority to put them in a different place. Like the Energy Efficiency Fund was created by town meeting and approved by the state legislature, which gives us the authority to do that, which is great. And so if this is something that takes off, we could do the same. But until then, it does have to go to the general fund. We could treat it like we do the dog park and just kind of say, we're bringing in extra revenue. We'll account for that in the budgeting next year. So sorry to complicate that further.
No, that's very helpful. I'm not an expert in this. I'm either changing my motion a little bit, or we're going to hear from a resident, whichever you want to do next.
You change your motion.
Okay. So this would be changing the motion. So the first part is the same, the second part is the same, and we would also explore the ability of the town to put the fees into a fund specifically to support the economic development efforts. About right?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. Consent agenda.
Ooh, this is long. Good luck reading.
Got to take a drink for this one. Okay. Item 15, accept meeting minutes, February 6, 2023. Item 16, MCRS request to increase one-time COLA increase.
I'd like to hold that, please.
Item 17, appoint Leo Fochman as a full member of the Acton Nursing Service Advisory Committee with a term to end on June 30th, 2026. Item 18, appoint Ann Forbes as an associate member of the 250 Committee and Ironworks Farm representative with a term to end on September 30th, 2026. 19, approve one-day alcoholic beverage license for Lynn Tran at Narrow Park on April 2nd, 2023. Item 20, approve a one-day liquor license, alcoholic beverage license for St. Elizabeth of Hungary Parish on March 11th, 2023. 21, approve a one-day alcoholic beverage license for St. Elizabeth of Hungary Parish on April 29th, 2023. 22, accept a donation from Sorrento's Pizza for $2,000 to support the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 23, accept a donation from Seacrest and Bloom LLC for $1,000 to support the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 24, accept a donation from Roach Brothers for $3,000 to support the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. 25, accept a donation from Enterprise Bank for $3,000 to support the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 26, accept a donation from Oak Hill Mulch Company for $500 to support the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. 27, accept donation from Concord Tea Cakes for $500 to support the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. 28, accept donation from Eckel, Hogan, O'Connor for $1,000 to support production costs for the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 29, accept donation from Sutherland Realty Group / Keller Williams Realty, Boston Northwest, for $2,000 to support production costs for the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 30, accept donation from Workers Credit Union for $1,000 to support production costs for the 2023 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 31, accept donation from Daisy Hill Farm for $300 to support the Acton Pride Festival. Item 32, accept donation from United Church of Christ for $100 to support the Acton Pride Festival. Item 33, accept conflict of interest notification, Sam Bourgeois. Item 14, authorize Acton Community Housing Corporation additional funding of $100,000 to the Tavernier Place project. Okay, I'll accept a motion to accept items 15, 17 through 32 inclusive, and 34.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of accepting those, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Item 16, David, for your hold.
Yes, I mentioned this to FinCom at their last meeting, and I would like to get FinCom opinion or just a reaction before we vote on this. As I understand, there's no real hurry. We don't actually have to take action on this until June. So I would like to take no action until, to give FinCom a chance to voice a recommendation.
Okay. I'll publicly disclose that MCRS is Middlesex County Retirement System. I am a recipient of funds from that I've deposited in, plus they've been matched by the town. I'm one of 192 present Town of Acton retirees receiving those benefits, and one of about 6,000 people in the entire system. I've spoken to Town Council, and she's felt that the group being represented is so large that my vote is not, let's say, not significant. but is not enough to preclude me from dealing with this matter. So I intend to act on this matter, and I have further, last week, submitted a disclosure form to the town clerk's office. So I feel that I can address this issue. I think, maybe we've got some time that we can talk about this, but I have spoken with the chair of the Finance Committee and have invited them to come here to discuss this. And the feedback that I got back was that they weren't particularly interested in having a joint meeting with us. And I really don't see any particular need to delay action on this. So I would personally be in favor of voting to approve this. Questions or comments from other members? David?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think that the logistics of, having the FinCom members come here on our schedule, it's just a working thing. This is also, to me, maybe not worth having a joint meeting for, but I would still like to hear the recommendation. So I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you want me to make a motion to that effect, I will, or if someone else wants to make one. The thing is, if we vote to approve and it fails tonight, I don't think we want that. So I don't know what you want to do. I could move to take no action for a month until we get to give FinCom a chance to respond, or however you want to handle it.
I would be content with holding this over until our next meeting, which I believe is what, the 20? Yep.
So I would move to take no action tonight and to wait until our next meeting.
Okay. Got a motion? Can I get a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor of holding this off until our next meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I'll abstain. Thank you. Item 33, Jim.
Yeah, so this is Sam Bajwa's conflict of interest form. And I found it really interesting. I thought it was worth talking about as a board. And it could be that Sam is still awake and still on the call and might be able to speak to this himself. I don't know, is he? Okay, that's fine. He had a pinched nerve anyway. I was hoping he would just go to sleep. But let me just describe this particular case. And then we can talk about it together. So this is an amendment to a PCRC that's run by frequent developer Steve Marsh, and the potential conflict here is that Steve Marsh is Sam and Steve have had a number of past financial connections, and in the future, it's likely that Steve will be chosen to be the developer for a PCRC, a project that's going to be right on Sam's land. So there is a potential concern that, having him vote that he'll be not able to render a fair decision since he, has some, involvement with Mr. Marsh. So, he wrote up this this request for a determination. I spoke to him because I wanted to get clear on the details, and he said, yeah, I'd be happy to abide by whatever the select board thinks. He understands the concern. He also thinks that he'll be able to set aside his own particular interests in making a determination on this particular PCRC amendment. So I thought it was worth talking about.
All right, discussion from members of the board. I think, personally, I thank him for bringing this forward. I think it says a lot about the man that he brings this forward, to be fully transparent. And I think that in itself makes me content that I think that he can act in a responsible fashion representing the taxpayers on future actions with that particular developer. So I don't have any problem with accepting that conflict of interest statement. Comments from the public?
Yes, I was at the planning board meeting when Sam initially said that he would prefer to recuse, and then town staff convinced him into saying that it was an appearance of conflict. To me, his intuition was that it was not appropriate for him to vote, and I felt that this was an honorable thing to do, because just because the state allows you to go ahead and vote on your friend's project or your contractor's project, I feel like we've got to hold ourselves to a higher standard than what we can do as opposed to what we should do. And his initial intuition was that it was not appropriate. And I know that after the lawyers talked to him and everybody talked to him, that he's like, okay with this as an appearance. But I feel like his initial intuition said more to me than what people can get away with. Thank you. And I urge you not to vote for this. Thanks.
Thank you. Imogen.
Sorry, I should know this, but how many members does our planning board have?
5.
Okay, so he would be 1 out of 5. Okay, thanks.
And this particular PCRC amendment requires a supermajority of members. So it would require all 4 of the remaining planning board members to agree for the amendment to go forward.
David.
I mean, I understand that there's the, appearance that there could be a tit for tat here. I think Sam's probably okay to set that aside, and so, but I find it in this written determination at the end of the thing, and I don't know if this is what we are agreeing to. It says, I have determined that the financial interest is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the municipality may expect from the employee.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have no idea the size of the financial interest, right? And so I think that's an odd statement for me to agree to, right? Mm-hmm. I would agree to a statement that says, we believe he's honorable or something and can set this aside, but I feel it's odd to say that we've determined that this, it's similar to what you just said for your other thing, that your interest was so small, but we don't know whether Sam could be having a contract with him for hundreds of thousands of dollars. We don't know what that is. Mm-hmm. And so I don't want to say that I have determined that the financial interest is not so substantial. Mm-hmm. And if we strike that, and if that works, I'd be happy to say that, but I'm guessing that determination then doesn't work anymore. Mm-hmm. If it had a different reason, I would be happy to say that Sam, so I said even a third point of view here. I'm sorry about making it more complicated at midnight.
Okay. So let's have a motion and a second. Do we accept this conflict of interest notification or not?
I'm pondering David's helpful comment, and although it was confusing to me, but the language here does seem to imply that this particular statement is the one that we have to agree to by General Law, Chapter 268A. Yeah. Now, on the other hand, the financial interest that Sam has in this actual PCRC amendment is nil. I mean, he doesn't own the land. He doesn't live near this particular location. So it's not that there's a direct financial interest. It's more there's this indirect interest that if his, let's think about the scenario here. Marsh will somehow punish his friend if he votes against him. and, not offer them good prices, or the reverse, that Marsh will say, hey, I can offer you $10,000 off if you vote for this. And although I have problems with Marsh from time to time, I don't think he would ever say that out loud. So I'm confused.
If we're saying that language means the financial interest that Sam has in the PCRC, I'm okay agreeing with it, if that's the understanding. Again, I'm sorry for confusing this.
No, it's okay. It's also that it's late.
Is there a deadline on this for the planning board? Do you know when they're considering this?
I know, I'm not sure. John, do you have any information about when the planning board is looking at special permit, PCRC special permit, PB 19-2? No. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll move that we accept this determination. Let's see how the vote goes.
And I'll second that with the understanding that we're talking about the financial interest in the PCRC.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor of accepting the conflict of interest notification, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
I move to adjourn.
To adjourn, could I get a second?
Second. Third.
Hey, all right, all in favor of adjourn at 11:45, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.